Okay, thanks, Neven, for opening the conference very shortly. And I'll switch to Bulgarian in a bit, for a bit. You'll all be able to click your language preferences. There is a button, but we'll come to the technical specifications in a bit. Здравейте и добре дошли на първата онлайн конференция на ecta, Европейската асоциация за конкурентни телекомуникации в България. Аз се казвам Веселин Димитров, редакционен директор съм на списание Forbes в България и в следващите 4 часа ще бъда вашия домакин. Европейската асоциация за конкурентни телекомуникации стартира поредица от онлайн събития ecta Country Focus, като всяко едно от тях ще бъде с фокус върху една конкретна държава от Европейския съюз. Много се радваме, че днешното пилотно издание е посветено точно на България. Радваме се също така, че с нас са представители на пълната палитра заинтересовани лица в комуникациите, от една страна големите телекоми, от друга алтернативните доставчици, регулатори, политици от различни партии. Темата на събитието днес е транспортиране на Европейския кодекс за електронни съобщения в България. И в следващите 4 часа сме се постарали, тук организаторите и домакините, сме се постарали да съберем възможно всички гледни точки за състоянието на телеком пазара у нас, за предизвикателствата пред него и възможностите му за развитие. Както обещах, няколко важни технически детайла, които е добре да имаме предвид всички, включително и аз. Както стане ясно, добре е да мютваме микрофоните си, когато не сме част от панела или дори когато не говорим. Конференцията се провежда паралелно на български и на английски. Има осигурен симултанен превод и на двата езика. Тук ключовото е, че ако искате да чувате превод на български, на всички наши англоговорящи участници, нужно е от иконата Interpretations, която се намира в долният ляв ъгъл, да изберете руски език. Това е важно. Български и руски език са различни езици, но все пак Zoom, въпреки дигиталния бум и в България, все още не е разработил икона за български език. Съответно, ако сте англоговорящи и искате да чуете превода на българските участници, нужно е отново през същата икона Interpretation да кликнете английски език. Също така, ако имате въпроси, разбира се, ви призоваваме по време на панелите, скъпи гости, да се включвате усилено с въпроси, които да поощрят дебата. Моля, изпращайте ги само и единствено на английски в секцията Q&A. Причината е, че модераторите са изцяло англоговорящи. И така, както се казва, без да губим повече време, повечето от вас вече видяха и чуха Невен, но сега официално да ви представя господин Невен Дилков, заместник-председател на управителния съвет на ecta. Той ще даде официалния старт на конференцията.
Здравейте и добро утро, колеги и приятели от бранша. Радваме се, че сме заедно, макар и през видеоконференция на този хубав и слънчев летен ден. Това, което се случва в момента е нещо ново на ниво Европейски съюз. Това е конференция, която се организира от Асоциацията на конкурентните телеком оператори в Европа, ecta. И това е нова инициатива, казва се ecta Country Focus. И всеки месец ще има нов, ще работи или редовно ще работи и ще се организират такива конференции във всяка държава от Европейския съюз. За наш късмет и благодарение на нашите усилия, първата държава ще бъде България.
The first country is Bulgaria, and we're happy that that's the case. So over the next 4 hours, we will discuss with representatives of the government and the regulator and the competition protection authorities, users, customers, branch representatives. We will discuss what the issues are, what is expected to be happening in Bulgaria over the next months and years, and all of us to give our feedback and to participate to improve the communication services in Bulgaria and to improve our way of life as a whole. I would like to extend my thanks to all panelists, and I suggest we start. Thank you, Mr. Dilkov. Just once again, a reminder, there is a simultaneous interpretation in Bulgarian and English. There is a button called interpretation. It's to the right bottom corner in the icon list. This is where you can select the respective language. You select Russian if you want to receive interpretation in Bulgarian, or English if you want to receive interpretation in English. Allow me now to present Mr. Vesa Terava, who is the acting director of DG Connect. Fit for the digital age, ambition for Europe and Bulgaria is his opening speech. And Mr. Terava, with this, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning from, I heard that it's sunny in Bulgaria, but good morning from rainy Brussels. I would like to first thank ecta for organizing this event and starting to organize a series of events where we discuss the digital policy and connectivity policy from the perspective of different EU member states. I think this is a very good opportunity to dive into the specifics of a country and see how the European digital policy and telecommunications policy could help also and could in particular help our member states in improving the connectivity, which is an important element for all digital activities to develop and flourish. So thank you very much for this opportunity. In my opening, I would focus on digital policies from a more broad perspective, and then we will, of course, later today dive into the connectivity and electronic communications policy more in detail. So digital technologies, of course, we all know they are profoundly changing our daily life, our way of working and doing business, and the way people travel, communicate, and relate with each other. And I think that over the past months, we have witnessed this in real, how digital technologies indeed enable us to continue to do business, continue to educate ourselves and participate in all sort of economic and social life, even in the very, very challenging circumstances we are currently living in. So digital communication, social interaction, e-commerce, and digital business, they are all steadily transforming our world. They are generating an ever-increasing amount of data, which, if pooled and used, can lead to completely new means and level of value creation. We have also seen and we witness every day that digital economy is a source of major opportunities. It contributes significantly on investments, growth, and competitiveness. 30% of all economic growth in the EU over the past decade can be attributed to the ICT investments, ICT production and use, and 36% of growth in labor productivity is thanks to the use of digital technologies and ICT. It also provides new job opportunities. Of course, if you look at the sector alone, we have seen that since 2005, over 2.5 million new ICT specialist posts have been added. But of course, if you look then economy at large, of course, the jobs and job creation, of course, is of much higher. But yet, more than 50% of companies in the EU trying to recruit ICT specialists, they report difficulties in filling vacancies. There is this important task for us at the EU level and member states level to make sure that people have the necessary skills to contribute to the digital transformation, but also to take benefit from the possibilities the data and digital economy provides. Then, if you look at the business models, of course, we have all seen how the online platforms have grown over the past years and create new valuable interactions. E-commerce has been growing by 20% a year for a decade, and yet it has only gotten started, accounting only 8.5% of world's retail spending. So the opportunities are very, very, very huge. And finally, of course, the growing importance of data. It's been estimated that by 2025 there would be 530% increase of global data volume. So the opportunities are huge, and it was against this background when the new Commission took the office, when it set digital high on its priorities, and together with the Green Deal. In her political guidelines, Commission President von der Leyen stressed the need for Europe to lead the transition to a healthy planet and the new digital world. And within the first 100 days, the Commission then adopted the year's digital strategy, which should show the way to the twin transition, as we call it, to a green and digital economy, which is a huge opportunity for Europe, and indeed one of the top priorities, is the top priority of the Commission. In that strategy, the Commission set 3 key objectives to focus on. First, we should have technology that works for people. I already mentioned the gap we have in digital skills. So the policy at the EU level, at member states level, should of course support digital competencies for all Europeans, so that they can contribute to the digital economy, digital transformation, and of course to take advantages of it. We also, of course, need to protect people from cyber threats and create a safe and trusted environment to use internet and conduct business or entertain ourselves on internet. But it also means that we have to accelerate the rollout of broadband, ultra-fast broadband for homes, schools, and hospitals, and every place where economic or social activity takes place. We also need to invest in new technologies. Artificial intelligence, of course, comes to mind first. The second objective we set out in this strategy is to have a fair and competitive economy, and I will come to that a bit more in detail later on. And in order to achieve the fair and competitive economy, we of course need to increase access. So we need to facilitate access to high quality data, while of course we have to ensure that personal and sensitive data is safeguarded, and we can benefit from a digital economy in accordance with the European values. We also need to strengthen the responsibility of online platforms and clarify the rules for online services. And in particular, we have to ensure that all companies in Europe can compete in fair terms. And the third objective then is that we should have an open and democratic and sustainable society. And here the link between digital and green becomes evident. We have to and we must use technology to help Europe to become climate neutral by 2050, as we have set the objective. We also need to reduce the digital sector's own carbon footprint. And finally, of course, we have to empower citizens with better control and protection of their data, and protect people from disinformation online, and foster diverse and reliable media content. Coming back to the fair and competitive economy, because I think that's important aspect to discuss in a conference which is organized by ecta. What we have seen over the past years is that it is not so easy for new companies, startups to bring up their innovative ideas in the market. However, if any company comes up with a better or more innovative product, it should be able to compete with the incumbents on equal terms. This, of course, applies the wider digital economy, and of course, it applies also to the connectivity, and we will come back to that later today. But talking about the digital economy at large, we have already over the past years taken initiatives to try to make the marketplace more fair. The platform to business regulation, which was adopted in 2018, will partially address this. However, it will not solve the problem that some large platforms offer their services on the market they have created. So this is an area which the Commission tries to address with the digital services package. In the beginning of June, the Commission launched a public consultation on the Digital Services Act. The consultation seeks to gather views, evidence, and data from all stakeholders to help us shaping the future rulebook for digital services. And this consultation runs until September. The consultation covers two work strands. The first set of rules relate to the fundamentals of the current e-commerce directive, in particular the freedom to provide digital services across the EU. Building on the principles we already have, we aim to establish a clearer and modern rules concerning the role and obligations of online intermediaries, including those who are operating and providing services outside of EU countries. And we also like to have a more effective governance system to ensure that those rules are correctly enforced across the EU single market. The second set of measures would then try to address the level playing field in the European digital market, where currently a few large online platforms act as gatekeepers. We will explore rules to address these market imbalances to ensure that consumers have a widest choice and that the EU single market for digital services remains competitive and open to innovation. In parallel, there is a second consultation which also addresses the large platforms and the unlevel playing field we currently observe in the market. It's the so-called new competition tool. It is not only focusing on digital markets, but it is also a tool which aims at addressing unlevel playing field also in other sectors. So those are the activities we are currently working on in the area of trying to make sure that the digital marketplace is more fair and the playing field is leveled. What I have described about our priorities was, of course, planned before the current crisis, but I believe that the current crisis has shown that all this remains valid, and even more so after the crisis, when we have to boost our economic recovery. The coronavirus has shaken Europe and the world to its core, testing healthcare and welfare systems, our societies, economies, and our way of living and working together. Before COVID pandemic, ensuring the state of art in e-inclusiveness, e-learning, e-health, e-government, or teleworking was kind of necessary to have. With COVID, it has become clear that all these elements are essential to have. So the COVID-19 has further confirmed the need for the digital transformation, and how the Commission is trying to address this challenge. At the end of May, on 27th of May, we adopted our revised work program. We adopted the revised proposal for the multi-annual financial framework for next 7 years, and also a specific program, the Next Generation EU, to address the recovery from the COVID crisis. And there were a number of elements we think we should put the focus on. And the first is that we need to invest in more and better connectivity. It's not only about 5G, we are talking about 5G, which of course will have a spillover effect across the whole digital society, and also it provides the possibility to increase Europe's strategic autonomy. But we also need to, of course, invest in connectivity, in fixed connectivity, and to make sure that our businesses, our citizens have affordable connectivity and high quality connectivity available. We also need to invest in a stronger industrial and technological presence. We have seen over the past months that there were problems in the supply chains, and even if we of course support open economy and open trade, we need to ensure that we have some key capacities available in Europe, so that in the circumstances as we have experienced over the past months, we can make sure that the economic and social life can continue to function properly. So against this background, the Commission proposed the Recovery and Resilience Fund, and the investments through that fund should indeed be channeled towards strategic and digital capacities and capabilities. We also need to reinforce our efforts to build a real data economy. Data offers opportunities to business for business to develop products and services, and to make most out of this, we need European common data spaces in key sectors and areas, including in support of European industry, implementation of the European Green Deal, health, mobility, and public administration. So we have a big challenge ahead of us. We of course hope that in the coming weeks, hopefully already next week, the heads of state can agree on the budget for the next 7 years, and also the Next Generation EU program, so that the member state can then start preparing their recovery plans and making sure that we have tools and means available to kickstart a European economy after this crisis. So we hope we have the means available. We have financial means, and we hope, of course, that we have also the regulatory means to make sure that the companies, like members of ecta, can contribute to this recovery by providing high quality connectivity now and in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Благодарим ви, господин Терава. Ако има нещо хубаво във факта, че се виждаме онлайн, това е, че конференциите някакси съвсем натурално вървят по график. Тези от вас, които са организирали такива на живо, знаят, че обикновено много трудно се получава това, но към момента се движим абсолютно в тон с програмата, което разбира се е страхотно. Виждам, че и много нови участници.
Thank you very much. We see some advantages of having conferences online, such as keeping on track on the agenda. So we have new members here, new visitors, so welcome for those who joined us now. So the topic today is on the ecta country focus theme, and it's in connection with the European Code on Telecommunications, and we are very happy that Bulgaria hosts this. We are having 3 sessions, and once again, let me remind you of the technical requirements towards the panelists. When you are not talking, please turn off your mics. Probably most of you know this because this is not the first online discussion. There is translation, interpretation available, English, Bulgarian, and you have the button interpretation, the corner, bottom right corner, and you can switch between languages. And maybe the most important thing, the discussion is open to all participants. Please send your questions in English in the Q&A feature. This would be the easiest way to ask questions to the panelists. So we go on to the first discussion panel on the endeavor for digital connectivity that is introduced with the code on telecommunication. Georgi Dimitrov, this would be the moderator. And the panelists, some of them you saw, Mr. Vesetrava, who is Acting Director, Electronic Communication Networks and Services in DJ Connect. Eva Maidel, a member of the European Parliament, European People's Party. She will be around and she'll be chiming in. And also we have Deputy Minister Andriana Atanasova. Please, the panelists, switch off your phones and switch on your cameras. Thank you.
For the kind introduction. As I was kindly introduced, my name is George Dimitrov. I'm a professor in IT law, dealing for many years with matters related to regulatory matters related to electronic communications and digital transformations. So practically it is for me, it's the utmost pleasure to moderate this first session. So my role as a moderator is to first make a short intro about the what we will be speaking in this panel. Of course, and I hope you will hear great news and thoughts about our prominent panelists, and of course to give some frame about the how the panel will go. And after that, after the notes, the presentations that are foreseen for today, of course, there will be time for discussion. So you're very much welcome to place any questions that you might have to the panelists in the Q&A session on Zoom. And of course, it will not be possible to take all the questions, but I will make sure that the most interesting of those will be brought to our panelists. I will speak moderate in English due to our participation of Mr. Terava. So just as brief intro, let's say it straightforward. The world is not the same after COVID pandemic. Before that, the government and the businesses were moving towards digital transformation in certain swiftness, but one and the only advantage of the COVID situation, apart of the lots of bad things and sad stories, is the boosting of the digital transformation. Why? Now businesses, for example, do not only digitally transform to optimize their business to become more competitive, but it's a question of survival, and also it was a challenge for the whole society to continue functioning, the government to provide government services and to operate, the education to bring knowledge, to work, the work so that people can perform their duties, for the social life to continue. So practically, world is not the same. Needless to say, in this swiftly digitally transforming society, the functioning of the society now fully depends on reliable communication services and networks, and also that also the investments that need to be brought to this environment, to these infrastructures and networks, they require predictability. They require a good and predictable regulatory framework. So here comes the role of the European Electronic Communications Code, which of course as a new directive is aiming of consolidating and reforming the framework for the regulation of electronic communication services and networks across the EU. And it is designed to reflect the reality of today's electronic communications markets. So there are lots of rules that include measures to stimulate investment and to take up of high capacity networks in the EU, as well as new spectrum rules for mobile connectivity and 5G. So the call also can ensure that all citizens have access to affordable communication, including the internet. So it increases the consumer protection and security for the user, and of course facilitates the regulatory information. Member states have to transpose the new directive by December 2020. And now the focus of this panel is how EU, but also Bulgaria, will catch up with these challenges, and what we can expect it, and also where Bulgaria stands in this process. So now I will give floor to our prominent panelists. I would like to kindly ask that everyone sticks about 8 minutes of his notes and speeches. And after that, we will have time to discuss with the audience and also among ourselves on some issues that are of interest. So I would like to now give the floor to Ms. Andreana Atanasova, who is the Deputy Minister of Transport, Information and Technologies Communications in Bulgaria, for her address to the conference. Ms. Atanasova.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Georgi. It's a real pleasure for me to take part in this event. First of all, I would like to thank to ecta for organizing this series of online conferences dedicated to transposition of the European Communication Code in the member states. Thank you for this opportunity to present the transposition in Bulgaria, and maybe I would take this opportunity to speak in Bulgaria, because I see that the audience is more or less Bulgarian, and I will switch in Bulgarian with my opening speech, and then will be on your questions can discuss in broadly for our efforts and our steps for transposition. Now, I would like to say something in Bulgarian. Наистина, цифровите технологии навлизат все повече в всички сфери на икономически и обществения живот.
All the aspects of economic, social life, all the more as a result of the pandemic that took us by surprise. We saw how important these technologies are in order to preserve our social connection, our social inclusion, regardless, despite the physical isolation. The quick development of innovation and the penetration of them everywhere in our social life inevitably require proper regulation, relevant regulation, as Georgi said, clear enough, predictable, and transparent. It's important to say that this year, in the indicators of the EESI for 2019 were reported, but they failed to capture what is happening after the pandemic and the development of digital technologies in the different domains of life, public life. I hope that next year, when we are having new measurements of this indicator, Digital Economy and Society Index, I will capture the possibilities that we employed this year in order to report our inclusion, our development in the digital transformation. Bulgaria reports, takes very seriously the need for digital transformation and skills, and therefore this year we designed a draft strategic document draft, and we hope that it would be adopted soon by the Council of Ministers. Digital transformation of Bulgaria 2020-2030. This is the document that it maps out the main objectives of the digital transformation of Bulgaria, digital industry, digital society. The document includes not just the digital infrastructure and digital connectivity, but also it includes aspects that require the use of such digital platforms, technologies. This would be improving training, education of people, picking up of digital technologies in industry, transport, health, use of Internet of Things, big data, artificial intelligence, etc., etc. That are all those possibilities that come with digital technologies. At the moment, we are working actively on the transposing the requirements of the European Code of electronic communication in the local legislation, and I think that towards the end of the year we'll keep up with the deadline to transpose the requirements in the national legislation. This is a mammoth challenge indeed for the Bulgarian administration, as the amendments, the changes are a lot. Nevertheless, thanks to the efforts of not just the immediate team that is working on the legislation in the administration, but also thanks to the active participation of operators, so far we have quite a balanced draft that is to be coordinated before finally being submitted to the Council of Ministers with all stakeholders, in order so that we achieve the ultimate objectives of Europe: clear, predictable environment for the development of electronic communication. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Atanasova. Of course, we will be waiting forward to see how Bulgaria will transpose the code. There is a draft, of course. I think there will be also many questions from the industry, from the businesses, but we will discuss this question afterwards, after all the panel speeches are presented. So with this, I would like to give a floor also to Ms. Eva Meidel, our MP at the European Parliament. Ms. Meidel.
Yes, hi, good morning, everyone. Very happy to be joining this panel. How many minutes more or less should my opening be? Because I got different information, so I don't want to take too long, but I don't want to be also too short. I thought it's 2 minutes, then I heard 8 minutes, maybe around 5 minutes. Is that okay?
It's perfect.
Georgi?
We will have
Okay.
it's perfect. We'll have still more time for discussions.
Okay, perfect. I initially had something, I thought I would be very brief, but maybe I could allow myself a little bit more time. I would switch to Bulgarian, to my mother tongue, as in the past couple of weeks I've been in plenty of Anglo-speaking conferences, but I will perhaps merge it within Bulgarian and English. Добро утро и здравейте на всички участници още веднъж.
Hello, welcome to all the participants. What I would like to say is about the work that during the previous and the current mandate with the colleagues, the European Parliament, we've been working on in order to overcome the digital divide in Europe. This is not something new. This is a topic that has been around for like more than 15 years in discussion. I want to say some more on that in order to explain what I mean. I think that overcoming the digital divide, for me at least, is not just about guaranteeing that every company, organization has access to digital solution. More important is to have more active participation in the digital economy. And I hope that one day we do not make the distinction between digital economy and other economy, but just have one single economy. I think that the most successful business today is the business that uses the potential first of data, open data included, and of course the digital technologies. This not just to improve productivity and improve the internal processes, but more importantly, uses this as a means to rethink its business operational models, as well as the interactions with clients. Of course, what I would like to see more is digitalization with the mission, not just digitalization per se for itself, but with the mission, what we want to see in our business models. This would promote competitiveness, growth of the economy, more opportunities for every single business. This is the reason why when we're talking about the EECC, the code, it has enormous potential, quite a lot of potential to open for this digital economy society and to promote this in Bulgaria too. Member states at the same time have to be extremely synchronized in transposing of the text, the provisions, because this will help overcome the challenges for digital connectivity in the different regions. The second element of what I want to say in the beginning is the following. Based on the implementation of existing legislation, the Parliament, the European Commission are working on a specific strategy on digital data, which will be the underlying document pillar of digital legislation in the coming 4 years.
To link the importance of data spaces and technologies in post-COVID world. I would want to point out that in the past months, we learned that we must live in these new realities. And in these new realities, also as the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned, the tech sector is very important for keeping the economy afloat. There are many solutions available out there that were simply not known to the broader public or to the broader sector of the economy, because they were simply not put in practice. If we think about cloud, if we think about AI, big data analytics, various apps, 3D printing, all this came in help to the frontline workers in hospital. They came in hand also to the broader citizens, to societies as a whole, but also to authorities to tackle the COVID-19 outbreak. So I think that when it comes to solutions and infrastructure, we saw that we also need data spaces, as one of the previous speakers mentioned. So we could pool this data, analyze it, reuse it, create value out of it, and most importantly, it can help us make decisions. And availability and access to data also allows these very bright entrepreneurial minds to create new products, to create new services, to generate more value for the European, for the local, regional economy, but also in general for the global economy. I think a couple of weeks ago, I came across a report by Deloitte, which estimates that the European GDP is contributed by app developers by around 200 billion in revenue for 2019, which is good news. But just imagine how much more this revenue could be, and how many more ideas there could be if there is between those startups, between established companies, between governments, thanks to databases. So I think that we very often tend to look at tech as the field that needs regulation, that needs to be tamed in a way. And this is, of course, at least within the Brussels bubble, very catchy for the media, very good to have this stand of opposition, because that is what is expected from one. But I think now more than ever, we also need to put our energy, our focus to rule not against something, but to enable things, to enable our SMEs to grow. And we need to do it through this enabling legislation, like the legislation on data. And I think this is not just my opinion, but this has come across in every meeting that I have with European or Bulgarian SMEs. And so I hope that with the right tools, such as the data strategy, we could really be focusing on enabling rather than restricting. И ще завърша на български по тази тема, свързана с
Bulgarian on data spaces and the European data strategy. I'll be working in depth on that, so I will be happy to get more and more feedback from Bulgarian companies on the topic, because I will be presenting the European People's Party's position on that. Thank you. That would be all from me.
Thank you, Ms. Meidel. There will be lots of issues to be discussed about the topics you raised. But before that, let me give the floor again to Mr. Terava, so that he will be making a very interesting presentation about the DES index, and also to where Bulgaria stands in this situation for 2020.
Thank you very much, Georgi, and interesting. Thank you also very much to the previous speakers. Very interesting points. Andreana mentioned about the process in Bulgaria transposing the new electronic communications code. This is, of course, work we are following very closely, also from the Commission perspective. We know that there are challenges in member states in meeting the transposition deadline, and because of the current situation, we know that there is this challenge. At the same time, we believe that the sooner the new framework, the code is transposed, the sooner the regulators have also the means available to address in particular the investment challenge, which has been raised in the code, but of course at the same time keeping in mind that the investment challenge can only be met if there is sufficient competitive environment for all operators. Now here I'm focusing on indeed on DESI. DESI is the Digital Economy and Society Index. We've been working on and publishing on a regular basis over the past years in DG Connect. It's an index which monitors Europe's overall digital performance and tracks the progress of the EU countries with respect to their digital competitiveness. There are different 7 elements in the index. Connectivity, of course, is an important element, but also human capital, use of internet services, integration of digital technologies in the businesses, in the public sector, and the digital public services. So we are looking at these different dimensions, and by that way trying to get an overview of the digital performance of different EU member states. So this year's DESI was published early June, and I think you can move to the first slide, which gives the situation in Europe where we stand at the moment, where different countries stand, and in particular in this graph you see where Bulgaria stands. Or it's obvious from this graph that there is work to be done. Of course, it's not. This is not an exercise where we say that okay, you are doing badly and there's countries who are doing well. I think everybody needs to look at what is behind where the country stands, and what is the overall economic situation, and which also partly explains the ranking on the DESI. So this is not blaming and shaming exercise. I think this is a tool which should help member states in identifying the areas where they can make improvements. And indeed, if you look at this graph, you see that Bulgaria has many challenges ahead, and I'm sure we will discuss those challenges in the course of this morning. You can move to the next slide, which shows how the DESI has evolved both in EU and Bulgaria over the past years. So the DESI has evolved. So the digital performance has improved. And if you look at the growth rate, if you like, there's no big difference between the EU level and in general and Bulgaria. I think a little bit, of course, which is worrying is that the gap seems to be slightly increasing. So there is a certain catch up to be done. This year, the DESI indicators, we believe they are relevant also for the recovery from the current crisis. This year's index shows that EU member states, all EU member states should step up their efforts to improve the coverage of very high capacity networks. They should step up their efforts to assign spectrum to 5G to enable the commercial launch of 5G services. They should improve citizens' digital skills and further digitize business and public sector. These are findings which apply to all member states, but I think they will in particular apply also to Bulgaria. And if you then move on, we come to the connectivity part of the DESI. So next slide, please. This shows the situation in Europe when we look only the connectivity part of the DESI and where we stand in different countries and where Bulgaria stands in relation to the rest of the EU. Generally, in Europe, if we look at the connectivity, we observe improvements since last year, yes, but much more needs to be done to address the fast-growing needs. Member states, as we already discussed, they are currently working on the transposition of the code, and this is important, we believe, in particular in light of the investments in very high capacity networks, be they fixed or be they mobile. If we then move on to the next slide and look Bulgaria specifically, I think one could maybe summarize that regardless of the relatively good availability of the networks, the problem seems to be the overall broadband take-up, which remains rather low in the EU comparison, with only 58% of the households subscribing to some form of fixed broadband. While Bulgaria has shown some progress in terms of 30 megabits and 100 megabits service uptake, this is still slower than the EU average. And if you then move on to the next slide, you will see that despite the reasonably good coverage with very high capacity networks, the take-up indeed has not followed. It's only 11% in Bulgaria against the EU average of 25.9%. In terms of different technologies, Bulgaria shows progress and remains considerably above the EU average in terms of its share of FTTH and FTTP technologies in relation to other technologies. Then, if we move on, slide 5. Bulgaria is not close to reaching the 2020 targets. I think it was maybe previous slide which showed that. So the 2020 target was that we would have the universal coverage of at least 30 megabits, and this is something where Bulgaria has a challenge, and in particular in providing the network coverage in rural areas. And here we believe that what is important for member states, in addition, of course, to have the right regulatory framework and environment in place, but also to have the broadband plans in place and make sure that the national broadband plans are implemented. In case of Bulgaria, we have observed that for the plan from 2014 until 2020 has an implementation rate of 60%. So I think one could conclude that there is room for improvement. We of course have taken a positive note that Bulgaria has submitted for public consultation an overall strategic framework for digital transformation. And I think this is what Andriana was referring to. And its strategic goal is the deployment of secure digital infrastructure, including the efficient use of spectrum. And if you then move on in the slides, on the mobile, of course, is an area where Bulgaria performs quite well. The situation is far better compared to the fixed, with 103 subscriptions per 100 people in 2019, and this indeed places Bulgaria above the EU average. And the same if you go move on to the next slide. If you look at the prices, this slide, of course, is something you have to first bit of reflect what it really means. Normally, when the price index is higher, you would assume that the prices are higher, but this graph should be read in a way that the higher the index, the lower actually the prices are, and here, of course, Bulgaria is doing better than EU average, but of course there are many parameters which have impact on the price, including, of course, the purchasing power and the rest. Then Bulgaria has done very well in participating and succeeding actually in the so-called Wi-Fi for EU initiative. So the initiative where the EU from the Connecting Europe facility program funds the Wi-Fi vouchers for municipalities to make sure that to facilitate access to internet, fast internet from public places. In fact, 86% of all municipalities in Bulgaria have won the voucher, so 15,000 euros to install the Wi-Fi routers, and this, of course, is something we take note that there was a lot of interest in Bulgaria for this scheme. Now, the current new CEFA program is still, of course, under negotiations. We are working on the work program, and we are reflecting if there would be a need for a scheme, a similar type of scheme, voucher scheme, also under the new program. It will probably not be exactly like the Wi-Fi for EU scheme, but we are reflecting on if we do something similar around 5G or 5G communities, providing municipalities a possibilities to fund and provide 5G services to their citizens. But this is under discussion still. So these slides, I think they gave an overview where Bulgaria stands, and I think one can conclude that it's important that the efforts are indeed made that the regulatory framework, the new framework, is in place, and in particular when we look at the spectrum, we know that there are challenges in Bulgaria to make the spectrum available for wireless broadband, to release it from military and aircraft communications. But it would be very important to make progress in this regards. And as I already mentioned, it would be important to reinforce the efforts to increase increase the demand and facilitate demand, and to put emphasis in the implementation of the national broadband plans. And with this, I stop my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tarava. Well, I will, with this, formally, we finished the presentation and notes from our panelists. So now is the time for some questions. I would very much like to get use of my position of a moderator to ask 2 questions to our Deputy Minister Atanasova. The first one is related to the fact that every directive needs to be transposed, which of course always affects in a different way every single member state, including Bulgaria. And in this respect, it's the very interesting balance on one hand to stimulate the investments in the large capacity networks. On the other hand, is to not to harm the competitive environment in the interest of the end users. So it's on one hand, you should boost the growth of industry investments. On the other hand, this should not impact the end users. So this balance, this is my question. Do you think that it can be achieved by transposition of the code? This is the first question. And the second question is related to the fact that practically the new code aims at giving the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises more guarantees and protection when they were willing to participate in this competitive environment, to invest and provide new technologies to the market, so there be equally treatment. What was already said by Mr. Tarava. So practically, what kind of measures the ministry is thinking of implementing in this respect, or whether there could be more than just the one that is prescribed by the code. For example, the European Commission has a very interesting project which aims at identifying interesting projects in the area of digital transformation. And these projects, which are brought and identified independently from all European Union, they're brought and they're presented to the audience, so that all businesses will know what is on the market and what is very nice, etc., etc. Are there such measures thought or in mind of the ministry when we speak about implementing of the code and the new environment for equal treatment and of the small businesses?
Благодаря за този въпрос. Всъщност, мисля, че отговорът е много лесен до толкова, доколкото кода сам по себе си.
The code in itself is trying to create the necessary balance between promoting investments, operators' interests, but at the same time, consumer protection. So the introduction of those requirements in the national legislation, happily for us, is not such a difficult process. However, this is where the difficulties come in terms of implementing. Implementing requires the regulator mainly to be able to make a real assessment of the market situation, to estimate how competitive the market is, what the interests and possibilities are for consumers, what consumer demand is, so that after that, the regulator can undertake the necessary steps that the law allows them to do in terms of the transposed European legislation. What do I mean? I mean the regular market analysis of the respective markets, determining measures, imposing, if necessary, symmetrical measures, not only for those that are the big operators, but also the alternatives one, when you're aiming to expand the infrastructure. At the same time, providing access and creating conditions for joint investments, joint construction and development, and respectively infrastructure sharing and even band sharing and frequency sharing. So the law in itself gives an overall framework. However, the discretion needs to be implemented by the respective regulator. So in that sense, I'll give you an example. With the recently changed tariff on fees, which actually aims to, on the one hand, promote the expansion of the networks, so creating conditions to develop new generation measures, new generation networks, their fast penetration, but at the same time preserve consumer interests, because the fees that the country will collect, they come from the end user at the end of the day. So there, the discretion of the regulator is what the fees should be for this spectrum, so that it does not increase the price towards the end user. But again, these are specifics, as I say, that need to be looked at the market level, at implementation of legislation. We are actually quite well positioned because the European regulator has already determined what the overall framework, legislative framework should be. However, the role is at the nation state level to implement it. Thank you for ahead of us, and I really wish the government success with this, with transposing the code. So there are already consultations, and I really hope that Bulgaria can transpose the code to a maximum extent, and hopefully this will positively impact the entire sector, because we know there are country specifics, but those guarantees I think are sufficient. However, still a lot depends on the policy of the regulator and the country as a self, and how the regulator will regulate. You know yourself how it works. You have been a member of our regulatory commission, and then of course the body that implements the policy. So you really have quite a broad view on this entire sector. So thank you for those words that you had for us. With this, I will allow two questions to Ms. Meidel. You mentioned something interesting, that the digital separation and the lack of digital connectivity are a prerequisite for economic issues and problems. Could you perhaps share what you mean? And one other thing, because with regard to the convergence and the interconnection of all regulatory regimes that relate to digital transmutation, and that's not electronic communication, but all other aspects, including the data strategy. So how does this strategy, of course it's important for you, but how will it impact Bulgaria directly? Because this is something new where we aren't quite aware what's happening, and I think it will be quite interesting for all of us to hear some insights and info from you. Thank you. First, on the digital separation, a couple of thoughts I think all participants are aware of and share. But what's important, especially in my work, is to explain to the broader public what digital separation means, and that digital separation does not mean whether an office has a computer or not, or whether an office has a Zoom account or doesn't have a Zoom account. Here we're talking about the use of digital technology that support decision-making in companies, whether we're talking about analysis of industrial data or cloud services or machine learning or AI. And I'm happy to hear that more and more Bulgarian companies that don't work necessarily in technologies are starting to develop their own models thanks to AI, and which supports their decision-making process. I say this because in most cases, we expect that, especially now in the situation of pandemic, we start using more and more opportunities that the internet space provides. And we decided that that's enough. However, in order for companies to be truly competitive, they need we need to do much more. There is another important element. You know that one of the most important strategies in Europe is related to decarbonization of our countries, of our industries. And this strategy is very much linked with implementing innovative technological solutions. They need to be on a horizontal plane in all sectors. They need to be cross-sectoral. So we need to invest in how we change our industries, regardless of the sector. We're not talking about energy sector, for example, or other ones. I think that a lot of the directions and dimensions where we need innovation with regard to the plan for restoring the economy and the next generation plan, which is still being negotiated. It's not finalized. But those dimensions are related to infrastructure that will process data, digital green technologies, cybersecurity, energy efficiency, nanotechnology, water and waste management, circular economy, transport. So really, these are affecting all sectors, and only thanks to technology and their development and their innovative development, creating new types of technologies, we will be able to truly reach those quite ambitious targets that the European Union has posed before itself for the next 5, 10, 20, 50 years. So really, in our cloud within which we discuss those things, we might be quite aware of them, but it's important also to help that this discussion expands beyond the areas where it's actually quite common. Because growth is linked to how much you've improved the effectiveness of your business. On the other topic that you've raised, we expect that the most impact of innovation in economy and industry as a whole will be the so-called data spaces, which we'll be working on over the next couple of months and years. First, not in legislative terms, but then also legislatively. So the European Commission presented its data strategy in February, and for now, there are 10 sectoral separations of those data spaces. They relate to industry, others are linked to the Green Deal, drink package, mobility, financial markets, agriculture, public administration, but also science and skill development. So these data from these sectors will be made available to be used both by businesses but also by scientific circles, so that they can research trends and also to see where there are errors, where we succeed. That way we can, based on that data, we can make decisions and create policies and initiatives to develop networks, cooperation, pilot projects, other ways to work together. And here, talking specifically about Bulgaria, I think that we can turn into one of those significant participants in the new economy, both at home, but also at the EU level as a whole, because it would be good, thanks to those spaces, to strengthen links between scientific circles, universities, the information technology and communication sector. There we will have a diffusion of knowledge and technologies where they are needed. You know that the funds that the European Commission, the European Union intends to allocate to programs like Horizon or Digital Europe, they're much wider in scope and in volume. So we hope that these plans will be adopted, because innovation investments are intended to really improve that green transition and digitalization of our economies. So I really think that over the next months, there won't be a lack of opportunity to innovate or cooperate at the EU level. It's more going to be based on the activity and proactive approach of the different stakeholders at that point. Thank you for this quite challenging times, both in terms of developing policies on EU level, but also in terms of implementing them at local levels. So truly, this is a huge challenge. And I'm really happy that we are discussing these topics, and they should be discussed more broadly. And society needs to be more aware what to expect, particularly businesses. So thank you really for these clarifications. I, of course, had the question to Mr. Terava, because he presented the results from the DESI index for 2020. Of course, it's clear, and we see that Bulgaria, in a lot of aspects, has still a lot to catching up to do in order to improve its indicators. But my question to Mr. Terava is, as a general view, so looking at lessons learned from other countries like Finland or Sweden or Denmark, what would you advise in that direction? How should Bulgaria achieve a bigger jump in that respect? Is it a question of political will or regulatory measure, or is it more a question of financing? How do you see it? What is your professional view, not as a politician, but as a professional?
Thank you very much for this very interesting question. I think if I had the answer to this question, I think it would be very valuable, not of course only for us looking at things from the urban perspective, but of course for Bulgaria. So I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I don't have the exact answer. What I said in the beginning, it's important that each country, of course, should look at their standing in the DESI from their own perspective. What are the peculiarities and specificities of the country, and try to improve those conditions. As we saw from the slides, the particular problem in Bulgaria seems to relate to data. So if the demand is not there, obviously it then creates also a problem for the supply side. So therefore, I think it's very difficult to draw direct comparisons between Bulgaria and countries like you mentioned, Sweden and Finland, where the demand conditions are so different. The income level is different. People are using more, I guess, of their income to digital services, and that creates sort of the circle, which also then provides the incentives for the operators and possibilities for operators to invest and get return on investment. So I think, although I'm sure that there's a lot to be done in improving the regulatory environment for both fixed and mobile operators. I think the spectrum I mentioned is clear bottleneck. So spectrum needs to get into the market. So this is of course important, but equally important, if even not more important, is to see how the Bulgarian authorities could promote and enhance the take-up of digital technologies, be them the services provided by public sector, or be it for digitizing the industry. I think those are important elements. But of course, since everything in economy is linked to each other, of course, the overall right side is to have an overall economic environment which boosts in take up of digital technologies, and of course people should have means to use those services and technologies. So to sum up, we should not draw direct comparisons between countries. Of course, it's always good to look at what has been done in other countries, so that we can potentially and we will learn from experiences. But of course, each and every country has its own peculiarity, and I would say that in Bulgaria the question really is on the demand side. So once you boost the demand, I'm sure that the supply would then also follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to take, of course, it depends on the environment particularities of every single country. There is no universal model, and this is out of question. It is true. It's still very challenging, and I wish a lot to our policymakers in Bulgaria, and also on how to deal with all these demands from the society, so that the whole index will be measured in a different way. For example, e-government is a big booster of digital transformation, of using electronic identification, of using by every single SME, of every single citizen using of government services. This will make them digitally enhance their usage, and will boost the process of transformation. So there are lots of things. I fully agree. Also the economy itself, but still this is something very very appealing, very interesting to consider in the future. Also the pandemic, it changed a lot the environment. I agree with Mr. Tanasova that if we now has to measure the DESI index for Bulgaria now, it will have a different scale. But anyway, we will let this to the next year ranking. For now, there are 3 questions from just Ms. Maidel is needs to drop from the call because she has another call in a minute. So Ms. Maidel, thank you very much for your really informative, very useful information that you presented, and I wish you best of luck in the difficult tasks of handling the European policies. So thank you again, and we will stand together with the other panelists because there are 3 questions for Ms. Attanasova.
Yeah. Аз искам само много да благодаря, Георги, извинявам се.
Georgi, I want to thank very much. I saw there were no questions for me, but as many of the participants know, we know each other. My team, myself, are always available in connection with the new upcoming legislation. I think there will be a lot to discuss it, and as I said, the more feedback from Bulgarian representatives of business, of society we get, NGOs, the better we would appreciate this. This would be great for our work. So I'm sorry to leave you 5 minutes earlier, but I think I'm leaving in the most competent of hands in the rest of the panelists, so thank you.
Да се намеся на твое място, но се включвам за да се намеся, че времето изтича, професор Димитров. Моля да форсирате към въпросите от публиката, за да може да преминем към следващия панел. Благодаря.
Да, три бързи въпроса. Те с оглед факта, че разбира се фокуса на нашата дискусия е България. Те са от публиката към госпожа Атанасова. Въпросите са 3, те са свързани един с друг.
Three related, interrelated. The one is the first one. Georgi? Yeah, I'm following the questions. Great. On the first question, the Wi-Fi for EU, Bulgaria indeed had very strong performance in this initiative, and I very much appreciate everything that what my colleagues or the colleagues from the ministry did with respect to the awareness campaign in order for the public operators to apply. Also, the local authorities, they did the necessary things, at least in those areas where there's no free access to internet to do what was needed at the moment. I want to say for everyone that since yesterday on the website of the ministry, the updated plan is for broadband access is given, and there it says again that we will continue the efforts to promote such initiatives for overcoming the digital divide between regions. We appreciate all feedback during the public consultations. Regretfully, we cannot afford more time because the plan that we prepared should go in parallel with a priority that is part of the national program Bulgaria 2020-2030 digital connectivity. It is also published on our website. There is coordination with the Ministry of Finance there. That's why deadlines are shorter. We would appreciate feedback from you on what we've done and proposals, comments, etc. On the second question related to the code, in the third session, we'll be able to talk more about this. So I'll skip it, therefore, because I will be here for the third panel. On the third question, on prices for the spectrum, let me say that the spectrum is owned by the state, the sovereign state. The independent regulator can propose prices, but the ultimate decision maker on the fees is the state. Thanks so much.
И водещият, времето изтече. Много благодаря на всички панелисти за интересната и наистина много
for the interesting, important first session as the code will bring a new way of regulating telecommunications too. So thank you. Good luck to the rest of the panels. Thank you, Professor Dimitrov. He is moderator. And of course, thanks to the panelists, Mrs. Atanasova, Mrs. Maidel, and Mr. Terava. We continue with the conference on transposing the European Code for Telecommunications. This is one event, an ecta event. Several times it was said that ecta is launching a series of online events at country-focused events, and each will be focusing on different member states. And we're very happy to have the first edition, pilot edition, dedicated to Bulgaria. We are very happy with this. I took notice of some issues and challenges of the first panel. Let's see now, really take a realistic view of the Bulgarian market. Is there competition? Are there conditions for development of this? So moderator and the panelists, once again, let me remind you that you can ask questions. Please do so in English if possible in the Q&A session, feature in Zoom. Also, you can switch languages, or the entire conference will have simultaneous interpretation. To the right, you have button and select the language. So the moderator would be Dora Petrani, and she's partner and executive director of CMS. And we have participants. Mr. Neven Bilkov, you heard him opening the conference, deputy president of ecta and also manager of Nitera, a joint stock company. Mr. Komunikov, active consumers NGO executive director. Peter Rizov, branch association of Bulgarian telecommunication operators head, and Ignat Arsenov, he's director of market control in the Commission for Protection of Consumer Protection. Before I give the floor to them, let me remind you that it's good practice to switch off your mics if you are not speaking, and also please switch off any devices, etc. around you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. It is a great pleasure of mine to be part of this first of a series of country sessions that are hosted and arranged by ecta. I think it is very important to dive deep into local regulations and to also to dive into local realities, and this is what we will be doing during this session. I have with me members of the authorities that are responsible for protection of consumers, as well as making sure that the market is as competitive as it can get. We have representatives of alternative service providers, which means that we are absolutely on the challenger side. I will, we have agreed actually that I will also try and represent a little bit the incumbents' views so that it is a balanced panel in this respect. I would like to hand over, first and foremost, I don't speak Bulgarian, so it's good that Zoom has an interpret function. I will be able to follow the discussion, but the fellow panelists have agreed that they will be speaking in Bulgarian. I would like to hand over for opening remarks, and then we will continue with the presentation from Neven, and we'll just take it from there for questions. Over to my fellow panelists who would like to start with the opening remarks. Maybe Bohumil?
Okay, thank you, Dora.
Thank you.
Първо искам да благодаря за поканата.
First, let me thank you for the invitation, thanking the hosts, the organizers, for the invitation to sit on this panel. Over the past years, we've been seeing, at least in Bulgaria, of more and more cases, instances where consumers' voice is not taken into account in developing various policies. And we believe that every time when a policy is designed and the voice of consumers is not represented, sooner or later we see that is a mistake in some way or another, and subsequently we are trying to mend things. So I'm very happy that I will be able to present the viewpoint of consumers. For me, this is hope, gives me hope that policy will always be in the right direction, taking into account all voices. Thank you.
Maybe I can continue.
Maybe over to Peter.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Минавам на български. Благодаря на организаторите от ecta.
I'd like to thank the hosts from ecta for organizing this conference and for allow us to give their 5 cents and to see and to present the place of each of our organizations on the market. Taking up what Mr. Bogomilnikov said, our association, as well as the other associations of alternative telecoms, we want the same thing. Whenever some changes are being planned in the sector, our voice to be taken into account. Therefore, we established the association some 1 year ago because there were changes in the Bulgarian legislation going on at that time, initiated to some extent by the other players, and we tried to intervene in order to give our viewpoints. Some of it was accepted and some not. And we hope that in transposing the new legislation, we participate more actively. We will be really happy to see the authorities, state authorities, the people drafting the changes, to take into account that in Bulgaria there are not just 2 or 3 big telecoms, but also more than 600 alternative providers of like TV and other services. And in protection of consumers, interest of consumers, it's important to take into account our voice for the interest of consumers. So today at this conference, I'll do the same. Thanks.
Thank you. So who would like
Shall
to
I take over?
Yes, please. Yes, thank you, Ignat.
Thank you, Dora. Продължавам на...
So, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to be here and to hear different interesting opinions, and also to speak for the regulatory authority for consumer protection. The Commission has been working since 1999, Consumer Protection Commission, quite a lot of time, safeguarding the common interest of consumers, right to information, right to safeguarding economic interests. Recently, however, in the past few years, the role of the sector of communications is becoming stronger and stronger as a driver of digital economy, and it's very important actually to meet the demands of consumers in terms of speed, etc., competition, etc. Companies also provide, other companies provide similar services, and all this led inevitably to the new regulatory network that we are discussing today. It's a major instrument to achieve the objectives and policies of the single digital market. And in this connection, we all know about the initiative of 2018 for introducing these aspects in the local legislation. I will be happy to discuss the questions to see how sustainably competition and protection of interests of consumers can be achieved.
Thank you. I think it's very safe to say that we have set the grounds for Neven's presentation. So Neven, if you would like to kick off with your presentation, and let's see how the market developed and what are the key topics that you see from your perspective.
Thank you, Dora. I will also continue in Bulgarian. Благодаря ви, колеги.
I will be sharing my screen with you for the presentation. When I prepared my presentation, I studied very in-depth different reports, Bulgarian reports, analysis, the Commission on Regulation of Communication, also international reports, European Commission, ITU, and the international media, ITU. And I think that I did provide reliable information. So I will be sharing it with you so that we see what we need.
Okay. In
Bulgaria, we traditionally are proud of being a country with very good internet, and very justifiably. So the facts are that up to 2014, we were not just in the top 10, top 5, among the top 10, top 5, but as you can see, State of Internet report data, ranking second in the world in terms of quality of internet in some indicators. This is quite normal. Internet started in Bulgaria in 1996. We were one of the first countries across the world that saw very quick development of this without financial support of the country, which was valuable in some sense. Hundreds of internet providers competing with each other merged, and they took quite a substantial market share those early days. The market share of alternative providers reached 60–70%. So what is the situation today? Since 2014, this would be like a benchmark year, things changed a lot. Consolidation, serious consolidation took place, driven by major operators primarily, and hence small, medium operators either merged or were bought. And as a result, in many places of Bulgaria, only few operators, one or two even, remained, and the results were quick to follow. At the moment, this is very fresh data. According to speed test, you see as a CLA ranking of speed of internet, Bulgaria is ranking quite low. And according to the DESI index, DESI index, in 2018, we ranked third from the back to front. And 2020, we are the last, which is quite depressing. As to prices, compared to purchasing power, Bulgaria is fixed internet is not much cheaper than the average EU, and the mobile service is comparable with EU levels. The state of broadband report from 2018, Bulgaria and Montenegro are the only countries, the developed countries, where the prices for mobile internet is more than 2% per capita. More than 2% of gross domestic product per capita. It makes sense to ask, how is it possible having more than like 640, or even the registers of the Commission say 800 providers, both the quality and prices of internet not be among the best in the world? So it makes sense to ask this, how come? And we say that these deteriorated results come from the decreased competition on the Bulgarian market. Despite large number of internet providers on the market is going in certain directions. First, it's important to say that the total size of the market is decreasing for one reason or another, mainly driven by competition. At the same time, the dominant position of big telecoms is increasing. As we can see from the analysis, this market share is constantly rising since 2016, and in 2020, operators A1 and Vivacom have a combined share of 54% in fixed internet market. To this percentage, we have to add around 17% households who use just fixed mobile internet, which for Bulgaria is ranking among the top actually. So with this market share, the share of mobile operators reaches the staggering 71%. So how come? Where is this impressive result coming from? Probably it's a logical result from their professional efforts. And we are far, we are not denying this. Those mobile operators, they are working very well. They are very professional, those operators. However, there is something else to this. This is not the only reason for them to improve their market standing. Analysis shows that there is only one category of telecom services that marked growth, bundled services. 18%, more than 18, almost 18% year on year for 2018, and in 2019, 11% growth, another 11% growth. The most preferred bundled services are those that include a mobile service, and subscribers are more than 90% of the total number of subscribers using bundles. And mobile operators are the only providers that can provide such services. The official reports, mobile statements of mobile operators that are public companies listed, show that the average income per subscriber went up by like 23%, and the number of subscribers up by more than 6%. All this compared having in mind the constant dynamics of incomes. So what would be the solution? The only stable solution is to remove obstacles to effective competition and thus allow the entrepreneurial internet providers to get their due market share. An important obstacle is the lack of opportunity for all those operators to work as virtual mobile operators, namely to provide mobile service to MVNO. And I think that none of them wants to build new mobile networks, having in mind that we have 3 working mobile networks already. So no investment more is needed to expand this network. So the only thing that what alternative operators need, in my opinion, is the opportunity to become MVNO based on existing networks in Bulgaria. Another important question is, why do we think that this will be MVNO would solve the issue of competition? With more than 600 fixed internet suppliers and only 3 telecoms with big market share, it's obvious that this can change the market substantially. If all those providers, these telecom providers, are able to provide mobile services, then competition would dramatically change. This would not only give the necessary impetus for investment, but also will allow more players to invest in new services and better service of clients. Why then we have no MVNO in Bulgaria? Bulgaria is one of the very few countries in Europe, maybe the only one in Europe, in the whole world, that has no MVNOs. The truth is that from several years ago, several local and international companies are trying to negotiate access with mobile operators to get access to their mobile network, so they become MVNO. But this does not work out. Maybe logically, those operators are not very willing to give access. Even there was mediation with the Commission for Regulating Communication, and there were no results followed. So what we need to see is, and what the practice is in other countries, there are three different measures that can be imposed. One being commitments imposed by the regulator and put out in the procedures for using spectrum, and this actually mobile operators being obliged to provide, required to provide on level playing field access to their measures. Second measure, networks. Second would be imposing obligations arising from the intervention of the competition regulatory authority. And the third would be the imposition of obligations in the sectoral act, the relevant act, Electronic Communication Act. And this is being discussed in Parliament in connection with the new code.
With this, I conclude my presentation, and I could say that sharing network resources is one of the main principles that is included in the new European Code. And there is actually a separate chapter, Article 52, on competitiveness, which highlights that all these measures could and should be implemented when the legislator, the regulator, and the other institutions that are somehow linked to this question could take. So this is my presentation, and thank you for the attention.
Well, thank you, Neven. So back to my panel, but before I open the discussion, I would like to emphasize that we are very happy to receive questions in the Q&A box, so feel free to ask questions from any of the panelists and me. It was very interesting to hear, Neven, in your presentation that you do believe that part of the issue is actually the lack of competition and the consolidation on the market. Hungary is also a very small-sized market, so I can draw many parallels with what's happening in Hungary and what's happening in Bulgaria in this sense. Part of this reason for a huge consolidation is always the need for infrastructure investments and the high capital demand for such infrastructure investments. And on the other hand, what is very clear also in the EECC is that this infrastructure which is being built needs to be available for access for potential service providers in order to boost the consumer-facing competition. So I think what we can do as a starting point is to explore it a little bit more. You said that the primary reason for Bulgaria losing traction was actually the consolidation and hence the decrease in the very competitive characteristic of the market. I would like to ask the other fellow panelists whether you have different views, or do you see also other reasons for Bulgaria losing traction in the broadband or in the bandwidth race?
Okay, if I may, искам да кажа,
I would
че
like to say that this process of consolidation that Neven was talking about was caused not only on that package services that are very attractive, those bundled services, but also simply to the geographical restrictions. Turns out that there are a lot of territories and areas where not all small operators were able to develop networks. I myself am such an example. I moved to the outskirts of Sofia in a district that turned out there is only one internet provider. It took me weeks to find an alternative, but as it turns out, I basically don't have an option to choose. So we could really talk about geographical monopolies that have evolved. And this is, of course, an issue for me as a consumer. And when we shift the same logic to the level of mobile services, we're going to see that a real competition can be provided only through sharing networks. Otherwise, whoever is constructing the network is using a strategic advantage, but at the same time, we think that the future large investments in the 5G network will show that this will be very difficult for everyone. So we're gonna have to think about sharing the network. So there is no need for a triple or 4 times the necessary investment. So the question is not whether we're gonna reach to the conclusion that sharing network resources between more traders is the only possible solution. The question is, when will this happen? And we certainly hope that this will happen as soon as possible, because otherwise Bulgaria will continue to drop in the index. In small markets, it's very difficult to make such large investments in the network, and I'm sure that even the big operators will come to the conclusion and will realize that in one way or another they will need to share their networks between each other, so that they don't have to build doubling networks, overlapping network. Of course, technically, it's difficult for me to provide advice, but really the advice to all is to also to the state bodies to look more strategically to that process, so that we can facilitate it through our joint efforts. And if you allow me to continue, Dora?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Every economics professor would say that when a company becomes big enough and starts to dominate a market, it's natural to reach, or it's natural to attempt to be a monopoly. So we shouldn't be surprised that the big companies want to become bigger. However, what's important here is that our business is very specific. It requires investments both in the fixed network, as Neven mentioned, both in terms of the big and alternative operators. We've done a lot of such investments over the years. But going back to my my idea for the natural strive to a monopoly position, there is no way for a company to basically understanding the economical logic of sharing resources, they won't do it by themselves without a state policy and framework policy. And this is also what Neven mentioned, that there were such attempts to negotiate with big operators, and I'm not. It was really just formal negotiations, and without state intervention, no business will allow by themselves more competition. So it's quite interesting here how to find the right balance between regulation that allows competition, but also to incentivize telecoms to continue to invest, because it's clear that the expectations towards us are getting higher and higher. We need to meet them. We need to help the economy to develop. We've also seen this during the crisis. The traffic and the use of networks increased drastically of all telecoms, and we had to react rapidly. So it's really much more reasonable, and it would coincide with the sharing economy to look for joint solutions and not see each other as enemies, alternative and big telecoms. Of course, this won't happen by itself, even if I wish so. So here we're going to expect a more active role by the regulator and sectoral ministries and administrations that deal with the digital sector and telecom sector. And we really hope that the new European electronic communication code will be sufficient to state such an intervention, because right now in Bulgaria, the situation really looks quite strange as compared to other markets, other developed markets. And if you allow me also to add a point here, in addition to what was said till now, obviously there are a lot of investments that have been done, and of course, in order to have more competition, more investment will be needed. So really, the new regulatory framework in the face of the European Electronic Communication Code, I believe, will lead to the necessary regulatory base so that things can move in the right direction, both in terms of the operators, but the rules will also affect the regulatory authorities and consumers. And really, the joint cooperation between these three parties will hopefully lead to better competition and to better conditions for consumers. So in that sense, the Commission for Protection of Competition, really we are in favor of this sectoral approach. And having a sectoral legislation is a good approach that I hope will lead to the necessary change.
Can I say something? I see that there are participants in the conference from the attendees. There are members of the big operators. Виждам представители на мобилните оператори в
I see representatives of mobile operators in our participants and attendees. If some of them would like to comment, we will provide you with that opportunities, because I believe their point of view is also important in this discussion.
Absolutely. As long as we set up the infrastructure for any of the participants to actually contribute, may I suggest that you can contribute via the chat box and the Q&A box, and Neven is providing further details to that. But while we are doing that, actually one of the common topics of all of you were to focus less on who builds the infrastructure, and you also agreed that infrastructure needs to be built further and further in order to keep up with the 4G and even so the 5G race. And there is a consensus. There seems to be also a consensus that sharing the burden of of investment into new infrastructure seems to be absolutely key, especially in smaller markets like Bulgaria. And I totally share that view. One of the big landmarks, I think, in the current state of play is to allow more and more sharing among competitors as well in terms of investment into new infrastructure, and that is where the EECC will come very handy. The other element is that when you do that, actually you're moving away from what the earlier framework's key principle was, and that is infrastructure-based competition into more of a service-based competition model. But you do that in order to be able to do that, you need to be very clear about access to the existing infrastructure, and also you need to maintain actually how you make those absolutely interested in further investments to invest further and further. So it's a very fine balance, I think, you need to strike. I'm turning to the consumer protection NGOs as well as the agencies. What do you think your organization's role can be to covering the gap and to boosting more competitive appetite on the market?
Искам да добавя в тази връзка.
If you allow me to add in that direction something that probably won't be liked by the representatives of the big mobile operators, but if you look at the register of unfair trade practices, you're going to see that most of such instances and practices that have been sanctioned are actually by those big operators, which is unfortunate, because it shows, first and foremost, that the sanctions are inadequate, they're much too low, and second, we as consumers seem to be the suffering party most, because when there are such unloyal and unfair practices, we as consumers need to react more actively to such practices. Then comes the questions, what other choice does the consumer have, and how they may react and can react. But I'm pretty sure that this also affects the long-term image and reputation of the companies. Then the second aspect is those really complicated agreements and contracts which are absolutely unintelligible by the regular consumer. And when a person signs a contract, they're doing it blindsided because a lot of the contents of such agreements and contracts are simply not understandable. Quite often the clauses of such contracts lead to real obligation, especially when we talk about bundled services. And if you are unhappy with one of your services in the bundle, you basically need to get out of the entire bundle, and that leads to inconveniences. As mentioned in my personal example, if I only have one provider of cable TV in my district simply because it's a little further away from the city center, then I basically can't leave the other services in the bundle. So this is certainly not the highlight of today's discussion, but speaking from a consumer point of view, I share these real issues from everyday life. Transmissivity that was introduced in mobile numbers is actually perhaps the best thing that happened to consumers for a long time, and it really had a huge impact. So we shouldn't forget this opportunity. The more aspects that allow transmissivity and flexibility to consumers, the more real competition we're going to have in this sector. And I'll close with this. Thank you, Bogumil, for what you said. These are also our views. Citizens have claims and complain about different services, mainly from the telecom operators. Of course, in some of them, there are unfair trade practices, and this is really where the Consumer Protection Commission of Bulgaria steps in, which is tasked with consumer protection and basically supervise whether such unfair practices are implemented. What we can guarantee is that we're going to react in every instance, and we're going to review each instance, but this requires consumers to be active. When they have issues, they should notify us so that we may learn about a certain praxis of an operator. And I would add also the opportunity for the Consumer Protection Commission to review the general terms for unfair practices. This would protect the rights for a lot of people that have to sign those very, very difficult contracts. And whenever we find clauses that are unfair, we request the operator to amend them. If they refuse to, then we initiate legal proceedings against them. So we can guarantee on our side that we'll continue to implement the legislation both at the same level to big and small operators within our mandate, of course, and within our authority. And also within the size of the sanctions that are foreseen in the legislation. Periodically, we'll also review the general terms of all economic operators in the sector, and that way we can ensure another possibility for leveling the playing field of a competitive playing field. So from this point of view, I'd like to mention that there is hope, and I really hope that the new legislation will show that some of the issues we're discussing, especially the last one that Mr. Bogumil Nikolov mentioned, they require a sectoral approach, because up to this point, the consumer protection legislation in itself is insufficient, especially also considering the huge development in the telecommunications sector, fast innovations, and the fact that a lot of consumers use those services. This is also why the changes in the code we're discussing were introduced on information of pre- and post-contract level. So really the consumer can understand better what they're signing, so to speak. There is also an issue that a lot of consumers simply don't read their contracts. They just sign, especially in Bulgaria. Signing is done electronically quite often, and the consumer really don't require from the operator to be provided the opportunity to read through the general terms and conditions. So really the adequate information at the pre-contract level is quite important so that people know what they're signing. Of course, there are new rules on the quality of service that is provided, the length of the contracts that are being concluded, how they're renewed. For example, in Bulgaria, one of the achievements was to ban automatic renewal of contracts. So if a contract basically ends, it could be terminated within a month of the consumer. Also, the transmission of mobile numbers, this will resolve quite a bit. In transmission of services, this will resolve quite a few of the arising issues, and there will be a significant, a better level of rights that would improve the bundled service provision. So when a consumer, for example, signs up for a bundle but are unhappy with their internet connection and they want to basically terminate the contract for one particular part of the service. So I really hope that this will, in general, improve consumer protection as a whole, and supported by additional sector rules that address consumer issues. And when the consumer has the need and has the rights they need, this will hopefully discipline a lot of the economic operators to observe consumer rights and really to create an environment of fair competition.
We mentioned, yeah.
Sorry, Dora, just
Peter, just go ahead.
Just another remark on the side of operators, if you allow me, to the comments made. I'm going to talk about the balance again. So part of the issue with the complicated contracts is that it's not, people don't read and can't understand them, but in those contracts includes a lot of additional clauses in order to protect 1, 2, or 3 possible cases, because we as a whole, as an industry, burdened quite a bit the form of signing contracts. I don't know whether this is something that happens anywhere else in Europe, but we have, for example, a regulation with what particular font is being used, and that 5 times the consumer must sign on 5 places. Mr. Nikolov, you said this, and we as operators are aware of this. A lot of the signals of unloyal practices are directed mainly to the big telecoms. What I can add from a point of view of as an alternative telecom provider, actually the one reason for us to still exist on this market, although with a small market share, is that really consumers appreciate our approach to them. We have a very partnership-oriented relation. A lot of our big competitors have these long-term contracts, whereas the small ones are working on the principles, you're happy with our service, so we continue to work with you. So really, this is a request also as representatives of consumer protection bodies, when we try to...
I don't know how to translate this in English, but the point was not to overplay with the obligations to the telecoms, which at the end of the day will lead to problems to the customers. Така че това беше реплика само към вас, господа.
So really this was a response or a remark towards the two of you. So really we need to look for a balance between protecting consumers but making our business unprofitable.
Yes, and when you talk about balance, actually regulation is supposed to maintain that balance, but on the other hand, what regulation also needs to do is to provide a room for competition among the players. And I am very much on the liberal side of that. That if you are over-regulating, you're always threatening that there is less and less investment, and the innovative solutions are avoiding those markets when you have over-regulation. So when you talk about the ECC harmonization, and I know that there's going to be also a separate discussion about that. So this is why I would just like to ask a question: that what is it that the one thing, if you had like one wish, what would you like the new harmonization to really focus on? And really please be very, very brief on what is the one thing that you would like to focus on that could change the current environment.
Ами, аз не разчитам толкова на регулация.
Don't really rely so much on regulation, but rather on the understanding of this on the side of operators that changing the philosophy, let's say, that the consumer is the most important element. We know that we're still impacted quite a bit by the tradition from the previous planning governance, when we had a deficit economy and everyone who was providing something was in a better position, and then the consumer had to ask and request from the butcher for a kilo of meat because it's hidden under the shelf. Unfortunately, I think this is still present, this mentality in trade relations, and I think there is still this trend also, especially in the big businesses. Instead of looking for ways to create and foster loyal customers, they're striving to bind people through different clauses of contracts. And my concern is that in Brussels, at the European policy level, this is reflected in the following way. The regulations, of course, they need to introduce obligations to operators. You can see it, for example, in the banking legislation, where the bank staff has to be also a consultant and they're expected to give useful advice to consumer. This could gradually also happen in the telecom sector, but we aren't optimistic that this will help, because employees in such companies are traders and they want to sell something and not explain to the consumer what's good for them.
Thank you. Thank you. Shall we try and move on also to others? I'm looking at the time and I'm very conscious that we also give floor to the audience. So thank you very much, Bohumil. And the only reason why I wanted to stop you is so that others can also tell them one wish before we move on.
Ще се опитам да бъда кратък тогава. Аз също...
I will be as brief as possible. I'm in favor much more of competition than regulation. This is the normal way for a market to develop. What I would expect from this new regulation is to promote competition and sharing of resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Ignat, Neven?
Аз също бих могъл да кажа
What I can say is I do agree with what the colleague said, and I think that rules, regulations related to rights, writing, concluding contracts and change of services, switching services would promote competition, which would effectively be in favor of consumers. One thing, providing opportunity for more operators to provide mobile services.
And here it's a perfect segue actually to one of the questions from the audience, as well as one of the questions that I intended to ask, is that we have 3 mobile operators in the country. And actually I saw that in the CPC report, which was just the decision of 18th of June, actually the CPC in Bulgaria thinks that the mobile telecom services market is a competitive market. Why do you think that MVNOs are such an important answer to the question of increasing market boost? And that is how actually one of the audience members also asked the question. My question would have been somewhat smoother in actually asking that do you think MVNO is the ultimate answer, and is there any other alternatives that you can think of?
Аз ще се опитам да отговоря.
I will try to answer. The question is very directly asked. Is there? Does it make sense to create MVNO if they are to have small market share? It doesn't matter what the market share would be. What is important is to have an opportunity such opportunity. For example, it's the same as, is there any sense of having roads to small villages if no one goes there? It's important for consumers to have choices. It's important for small and medium operators to have the opportunity to provide all the services on the telecom market in order to see who the best is and who is performing best on the market. As to whether small and medium operators are important, as a whole, I would say that in their entirety, alternative operators in Bulgaria are a bigger employer, many times bigger than the mobile operators, and also in connection with investments made so far and are ongoing. And those who are not pressed to the wall, they continue with their investments. And you can see this from reports of the regulator of communication, and it's comparable. The investment of these operators are comparable with the investment made by big operators. It's irrelevant what share they can get. The important thing is that they be able to get a share. Well, I will show you that I can be quick. I will be keeping short. 3 is not enough. 13 is better. If you say to the French people tomorrow that from 3,000 pieces, you're striking off majority of them and you leave them with 3, oh, you're in trouble, indeed.
Thank you. And that is very clear. To me, the only question is, and let's play a little bit the devil's advocate here as I undertook this role, is that when you talk about infrastructure investments, actually, why do you think that small and medium-sized operators need to be incentivized or supported in making further investments, whereas the economies of scale clearly dictates that even the bigger investors need to combine their efforts in a small market to build the relevant network and infrastructure for further growth in technology.
Да се опитам тук да се включа аз.
Let me chime in. On the previous question, there's no one single solution. It's always a combination of factors, development of economy, etc. So MVNO cannot be not address all the issues, but it's a good way to start. As to how to guarantee that this investment be made, one of the things that we see at the moment in the development of technology is that more and more hybrid networks become prominent. It's not necessary that we don't need the whole future of the society be dependent only on mobile technology development. It can safely be mixed with broadband, Wi-Fi networks. There are enough solutions already, Wi-Fi, LTE networks working together. So this is it. Use the knowledge, the experience of small operators in the development of these fixed technologies. One example, quick example, something that happened during the pandemics. The Ministry of Education spent 2 million BGN to build Wi-Fi measures in specific networks in specific areas. They claimed there were no such networks there and shared between the two Vivacom and Day One. At the same time, the smaller telecoms already had the networks there, so it would have been much more cheaper and feasible to use the already existing networks and combine them with the capabilities of the bigger telecoms. So this shows one way, one solution, and it would benefit all consumers included.
Thank you. Neven, why do you think that the focus on helping the small and medium-sized operators will help boost the market competition, and what would you suggest as the biggest boost in this respect?
Малките и средните оператори, изобщо
Small
малките
and medium companies, operators are the backbones of any economy. This is the textbook truth. Small and medium enterprises are the backbone of economy. So the duty of every authority government needs to be that this particular type of companies are in good condition so that continue doing what they are doing. As I said, in every industry, they are the biggest employer. In every industry, they could be the biggest investor if they are allowed to. So this needs to be the focus of the policy of the state, in my opinion. How they would do, well, only history can show, only time will show, and the fact that we are here and we are, many of us are from the very founders of the market, and we continue to develop and to do business not just in Bulgaria but internationally too. So this comes to show that this is possible, and we want to have the opportunity. We don't want obstacles to development. We don't want any state aid, any state support, assistance. The only thing the sector needs is obstacle-free development. This would be
very clear. Anybody else who would like to contribute to this question before we move on? Yes, Bohumil?
Actually, I wanted to say no, but wrong gesture.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We have mentioned on quite a few occasions COVID-19 and its impact on the markets. I saw early in March many memes on the impact of COVID-19 on the world, and one of them was a question from an advisor to a bunch of CEOs. So what is it that helped you really decide on accelerating your company's digitalization? Was it your CTO? Was it McKinsey's advice? Or was it COVID-19? And then you see in the voting that everybody voted that COVID-19 did the ultimate trick. So what I would like to ask from you is how has COVID-19 impacted the company's strategy overall? And has it had an impact on your particular strategy? Of course, no business secrets here. It's rather something which you believe could be important to share.
Before we let the panelists answer, Ms. Petrania would like to jump in quite briefly and ask you to wrap up the discussion after the answer to this obviously interesting question, since our next panel is just around the corner.
Yes, I wanted to ask for very brief answers, as I know that, as much as I know, we have 2 minutes to go, and I just asked for confirmation from Luc about that. So yes, indeed, very, very short answers would do, and thank you very much.
Темата е много дълга и не
The topic is very lengthy. I cannot be short. What I know is that there would be a general common impulse incentive for the development of the digital world and electronic services. What impressed me a lot, and I didn't know before the crisis, is that 2/3 of people in hospital go there to hospital because of administrative reasons. To have some documents stamped, to have a prescription, and in this way the risk of getting the infection goes up. So more and more services we are accustomed to do physically would go online. So for this purpose we have to have the proper environment and the proper services in order for this to happen.
Thank you.
Може би една дума от мен съвсем
One intervention from me. Indeed, the pandemic COVID-19 influenced all working processes in the economic operators, in state institutions. There's no doubt. One positive effect was digitalization of some of the procedures, and online, transferring them online. So this can be seen also for consumers. They more and more sign contracts online for telecommunications services, utilities, credits, etc., loans. So the digital domain would be more and more used.
Thank you.
Very briefly on the strategy, the largest impact of the crisis regarding business consumers is that, in my opinion, no one can make good plans from now on, because we don't know how long this will be around. We don't know what the impact will be. Yeah, we strengthen the capacity of networks, we strengthen the technical capacity in order to ensure proper work. For me, the largest impact is that it would be very difficult to do what has been planned. Planning wise would be the most difficult thing.
I'm okay. We can conclude.
Thank you. So thank you very much for this very interesting panel discussion. I think it's safe to say that we have a lot of pressure from small and medium-sized companies to be able to contribute to the investment, being able to also benefit from the infrastructure investments and have access to that investment. And we heard very loud and clear the voice of the customers. So thank you very much for that. I think the EECC will be a very important milestone, and the harmonization to EECC will be a very important milestone. I also heard earlier from my colleagues who are in Sofia that actually the number of cases has jumped for this morning. So I wish you really to be safe, to be healthy. And I hope that we will be able to continue the discussion maybe after the implementation of the new code in Bulgaria sometime in the fall. So thank you for my fellow panelists for this very interesting panel discussion. And I wish you a good continuation of today's deep dive into Bulgaria's telecoms market. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Petrani, so much for this very good moderation of the last panel. And probably you're right that before we tackle the really big economic issues, we need to tackle the medical one. But obviously something good has been happening in the last couple of hours when it comes to the measures. But let's not go that deep into the off-topic and switch to Bulgarian again. Уважаеми зрители, благодарим ви, че продължавате.
Dear audience, thank you for sticking with us. And this would be the conference on the transposing of the EECC. This is an event of ecta. In the previous two panels, we talked about the issues, the challenges for the sector in Bulgaria. Now we are having a last panel. It will be on evolution of networks and the future of competition, international experience, and Bulgarian potential capabilities. We'll be hearing from Bulgarian experts, and also we'll be comparing notes with ecta. Oliver Fuga would be moderating, and his Director of Regulation Communication in ecta. Mrs. Andreana Tanasova, welcome back. She's the Deputy Minister of Transport, Information Technology and Communications. Mr. Valery Simeonov, Vice Chairman of the Bulgarian Parliament. Mr. Dvorak, Executive Director and Chair of the Board of Volny. This would be our guest from Czechia, and welcome to the two representatives of the Commission on Regulation of Communication, Maria Boncheva, head of legal department, and Maria Pop-Ivanova. Mrs. Pop-Ivanova is head of regulation department. Please, all the panelists to switch on their cameras. Please keep your mic shut when you're not speaking, and the honorable audience, please again continue being active. Send your questions in the feature, question and answer feature of Zoom in English if possible. And if you have any needs language wise, you can always switch languages from the interpretation button. And good luck to the third panel.
you, Veselin, for this very welcome introduction, and I hope you can all hear me. So thank you for introducing the panelists that I have the pleasure of hosting today. And we will be discussing issues of network evolution and the future of competition. We've already heard a few remarks on the current state of competition in Bulgaria as it presents itself today. And we will be looking at some of the possible solutions in the context of code transposition in Bulgaria. Now, in terms of the presentations today, what I propose is that the first, let's say, introductory presentation will again be given by Andreana to give sort of the governmental point of view on how the state of competition presents itself and what initiatives will be taken in the context of code transposition. We will then have a pre-recorded video message from Ivan, who could not make it today. And that I propose to follow with Valeri's intervention, and then for the foreign experiences, we will close with a presentation by Martin to set the scene for our subsequent discussion. And with that, I would give the floor to Andreana to present her views on this issue.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Actually, I will start in English. I suppose that my presentation with the slides will follow after this, or not?
So the idea would have been that you maybe start with the presentation, because I think that frames what we're to discuss afterwards.
Okay.
But you can combine that, of course.
Okay. No, it's no problem for me. I will switch in Bulgarian because the big part of audience is Bulgarians. At
the moment, we are witnessing an extremely dynamic development of electronic communications and their convergence with all the other services that we observe. And in this dynamic condition, against this dynamic backdrop, it's really very important regulating and proper regulating of the environment in which conditions should be put in place both for deployment of new networks and for fair competition too, loyal competition too. It's a fact that the European legislator does take into account these dynamics. Therefore, 2 years ago, the new comprehensive framework was adopted that needs to be transposed in the national legislations by the end of this week. Indeed, this framework that we had was consolidated. It is 179 pages, and it's quite a challenge for the administration to transpose it in the national legislation. And our organization, the efforts, it took like at least 1.5 years to draft up a document, more than 300 paragraphs for the amendments in the Telecommunication Act that is clear enough and that be the basis for future regulation of electronic communication market. Next slide, please. What is the objective of the code? These are the objectives under they coincide with the objectives of our Telecommunications Act. The main objective is to keep the focus on guaranteeing fair, loyal competition with a focus on infrastructure and services that would be in support of end users, consumers. Another important element is incentivizing economically feasible investment in networks of high-speed broadband. Another thing is enable connectivity for citizens, businesses across the country, not just in the country, but in Europe, across Europe too. Addressing the digital divide, addressing the disparities, the differences. Next would be giving rules for the spectrum. And the panelists mentioned this in the previous panel with respect to promoting competition, deploying new generation networks. Last but not least would be the focus on regulating services, or rather how these services are to be provided to the end consumers and users. Of course, as was said, this instrument provided by the European legislation should be transposed in member states in order to have a harmonized framework, for the entire EU. Harmonized framework. Next slide. As to what are the new aspects with respect to the spectrum, the radio spectrum, the revised framework gives common principles for governance and consistent approach in selecting the most relevant and simplified regime for using the radio spectrum in order to guarantee benefits for consumers and support promotion for investors. The code allows for better consistency and effect in managing the spectrum in terms of efficient use of the spectrum. More specifically, those bands that are harmonized at EU level. Here, also bands provided for the pioneer deployment of new generation telecommunications is included. The objective is member states by the end of this year, 2020, something that goes in parallel with the transposing of the legislation, so that it be also implemented. Those bands be made free and made available for terrestrial surface operators. And the code provides for more predictability. This is also under the Electronic Communication Act, in the amendments of this act, a longer horizon for operators with respect to the licenses issued to them, at least 20 years. Also, the process of renewal of expired licenses, permits, etc., will be clearer and more timely. A new mechanism is introduced, use it or lose it. This is currently not there. When a spectrum is allocated but it's not used efficiently, it cannot be taken from the operator. This is the current situation. But with the new amendments, this would be different. The code focuses also on sharing, spectrum sharing. This is an important topic for alternative competition operators, entities. The objective is to follow the competition law rather than sectoral law. A discretion, depending whenever there are market distortions, to take these measures in order to promote competition. Other elements that are promoted with the new code are the development of wireless Wi-Fi points, and small cells, small area. And also, I have to say, to mention the intensified work of the Radio Spectrum Policy Group, and I'm currently deputy chair of it. At European level, the idea is this group to increase its role by contributing for harmonized development of the internal market by improving cross-border coordination and standardization. Also, to draft together common policies for the allocation of the radio spectrum at EU level by providing multi-annual programs for the policy in this area, the radio spectrum, also to give guidelines and strategic objectives also in terms of prioritizing radio spectrum. This group also has a role in coordinating the execution of the obligations, those obligations that we have with respect to the spectrum, radio spectrum. Last but not least, comes the role of this group, our CPG, in organizing of the forum, the PR review forum. The objective of this forum is discussion and exchange of expertise with respect to the auctioning, the procedures for the auctioning of the spectrum. This is a very good instrument that national regulators can use when they are not sure about the measures they plan for when allocating the spectrum, or more specifically the obligations they are thinking of imposing after the authorizations are issued. This ex-ante peer review really provides for broad exchange of opinions and also getting a better experience from other countries.
As a next point, we need to look at the question of access, or how do we include connectivity as a main driver in support of technological changes of this market. There is a widely recognized need to adapt current policies and regulatory tools in order to further support the expansion of infrastructure and really incentivize the needs and promote the needs of structural investment. So the code kind of increases requirements for providing access to networks. The code, or respectively the law, includes measures to incentivize competition and stimulate investments in networks with very high capacity. It also foresees mapping of investment plans, so there is certain predictability, thereby guaranteeing access of operators to in the future. There is also the basis of co-investment conditions developed for all service providers in this competitive environment. And the code also looks at promoting infrastructure investment whenever possible. And there is also a possibility to impose symmetrical measures in order to ensure better results or better performance to end users. So what are the expected results from the implementation of the code in our national legislation? Here, just with a couple of bullets, I highlight some aspects. First, of course, we believe it will ensure more efficient, effective, and coordinated use of the radio frequency spectrum. It will allow development of the electronic communications market, We think it will also ensure maintaining the conditions for effective competition. It will create conditions for building and developing networks with very high capacity, as well as 5G networks. Also promote the application of standards and technical specifications of European and international organization, improve the protection of the citizens' interests, including people with disabilities, and also maintain the overall security of networks and services. So the end goal is really that the development of electronic communication is a key element in order to stimulate economic growth and promote innovation, both in business and in administration and in society as a whole. And really constructing such networks and infrastructure, we need to make the best and most of the benefits in order to really have a sustainable sector that balances the interests of all stakeholders in this entire process. And this will really ensure a good functioning, predictability, and a continuous regulatory framework that will allow the development of new networks, but also will ensure competition. I saw that there are questions directed to me from the previous session. I will try to answer all of them. And with this, I give the floor to my fellow panelists.
Thank you, Adriana, for this very comprehensive and topical scene setter. I think with your presentation, you have really managed to lay out a bit of the complexity and the variety of issues that we will be discussing further on. I think now we've had the government's view, and I would propose that we now have a quick look at what the CRC wants us to know by way of video message.
Добро утро. От името на Комисията за регулиране на съобщенията приветствам участниците в онлайн.
Good morning from the Commission for Regulation of Communications.
Електронни съобщения в България.
In this video conference,
вече се обсъжда активно проектът на закон за изменение и допълнение на закона за електронни съобщения, който е изготвен в изпълнение на ангажиментите на България като държава членка на Европейския съюз за привеждане на българското законодателство в съответствие на Европейския кодекс.
was harmonized with the European legislation and the new European code.
Изисква държавите членки да хармонизират до 21
harmonize by the 21st of December all the legislative acts of the effective national legislation with the European framework.
Продиктуваха необходимите изменения. От гледна точка на регулатор,
when it comes to the regulator, the expected results of implementing the European code,
разгръщане и използване на мрежи с достатъчно голям капацитет за всички граждани,
to really provide access to networks with very high capacity to all
действителна и лоялна конкуренция,
citizens.
иновации, ефективно и ефикасно използване
fair competition, innovations, and effective use of the broadband spectrum, but also general rules and
и създаване на прозрачни, предвидими,
incentivizing
конкурентна среда.
Innovation and creating a competitive environment. So the Bulgarian regulator will work to create a predictable regulatory framework that will incentivize investments, that will promote fair competition and will ensure following the rules by all actors. Thank you to all participants and for your attention.
Thank you for rolling the CRC's presentation. I think there's no disagreement yet to be found between the government on the one hand side and the regulator on the other. And I think this is a very topical moment to give the floor to Valeri, who who is not only co-chairing the Bulgarian parliament, but also will have a major role to play in the legislative process as it is going forward. And therefore, I think it is the right moment to give him the floor and outline what his expectations are to this process.
Да, благодаря.
Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Да, благодаря.
Thank you again. First of all, I would like to welcome all participants in this and congratulate all participants. I think this conference is very timely and quite unique. The good thing about it is that it provides opportunity both on the government side, but also representatives of the regulator and the legislation to show their consensus view and their support to introduce all legislative acts of the European Union. I expect to see the documents from the Council of Ministers, and the most important thing is how will they resolve the question of the highly deformed competitive environment in Bulgaria. Unfortunately, that's a fact. I wasn't able to participate in the previous panels, but I'm sure you already raised the question. Currently, there are mainly three big mobile operators that provide more than 50% of all services. And this creates an unbalance. And there is a lot of work to be done in terms of legislative measures that need to be introduced in the new legislative act, not only as a wish of sharing the spectrum, only if there is a distorted market. But we have a distorted market, so the sharing of the spectrum must be guaranteed. So for months, we see increasing prices of mobile operators through renegotiating the services with end users. And it becomes really obvious that there is an attempt to compensate the mandatory reduction of roaming prices. And really, it's for me, it's quite bizarre, the tempo and the prices of all three operators, how they move in the same direction, follow the same trends. Our Commission for Protection of Competition, I think, does not provide adequate answers, as a result of which mobile operators have the opportunity to cross-subsidize in other directions and thereby really having a very heavy price impact on competitive networks. I think the ministry and the Commission should see those processes, and they should be obvious for them. A pre-grouping of the market through money received by increasing prices. So perhaps I went a little bit too more in the specifics, but before I myself started working in policy, I was a manager of a long-distance communication network. But really, these processes that are happening should be stopped through the national authorities and through the European legislation that shouldn't allow such a brutal monopolization of the market. In days, we're expected to look at the Fuels Act in Bulgaria. Just to give you some feedback information, in Bulgaria, between 80 and 90% of tax storage facilities are owned by one company that did not allow two other operators to use their storage surfaces. So basically, they had cleared all the competition. And now we're introducing all tax storage facility owners to have open volume provided to other participants on the market. This I will also propose in the future law if the Ministry of Transport and Information Technology Communication does not come with such a suggestion ahead of time before me.
Thank you, Valeria. I think this was an excellent perspective on market realities. And I think this is something that will really be a key element of what we're going to discuss next. I think now to provide, let's say, we've now heard, let's say, the consensus view on the need to transpose the code and make sure that necessary enactments do take place in a timely fashion by the end of this year still. And now we wanted to offer you, let's say, as a point of contrast, an impression from another market where competitive concerns have played a role in informing policy and trying to develop solutions to those. And with that, I have the pleasure of introducing Martin, who is not only CEO of a Czech carrier, but also the Vice President of the Competitive Operators Association in Czechia. And he will present to you a bit of their experiences, so we have a common starting ground to then delve into. Martin, take it away.
Yes, hello to everybody. Just to check if you can hear me, everything is okay?
Works fine.
Okay, great. So I'm just waiting for the presentation. Okay, I prepared an extremely brief presentation just to see the context for the Czech market. So far, what I heard from the presentation of my colleagues, it seems the Czech Republic situation is pretty close to Bulgarian one. So I think we will find many common points. So I prepared this presentation especially for discussion of the 5G auction situation, but I will try to give a more broad view to make it in line with the previous talk with my partners. So the Czech Republic, from the point of view of the mobile operators, so we have 5 million active SIM cards in a country of, let's say, 10 million people. We have 3 infrastructure-based mobile operators, T-Mobile, O2, formerly Telefonica, and Vodafone, and a number of MVNOs. The MVNOs, we have the number and let's say the data which are shown here look kind of or indicate the functional market, but I would say this is not the case. Just to give you perspective, the MVNOs were introduced really involuntarily when the local regulator threatened the mobile operators to regulate the market because it's not competitive. The operators voluntarily sort of open the MVNO offer, but the really more than 90% of the market share of those MVNOs from those 7% are actually subsidiaries of the infrastructure operators. So it's really kind of sham showing to the EU and a regulator that the market works, but in reality it's not working. Looking into the statistics indicating again the functionality of the mobile market based on the DESI study and the EU studies, the Czech market is one of the most expensive one. So usually from the quality point of view of the network, especially from the 4G evolution, the market has a very high quality, very high coverage, but the prices, especially the mobile data now, are extremely high. Based on those statistics, the Czech Republic is the 3rd or the 4th most expensive country in the EU. What's even more significant, which usually is not mentioned, is to actually understand the regulatory influences on the functioning of the market. Though I would say for the Czech Republic, the most significant impact on the quality of the market and the quality of the competition is that it's extremely hard and often very, or I would say almost impossible to actually build the network infrastructure. The Czech Republic, based on the statistics of doing business, is the 157th in the world in the speed of releasing the building permits. So basically all of this discussion about network deployment and the auction design and so on has to be viewed from the point of view of actually possibility to delivery of construction of the infrastructure. Another thing is, and that's actually tied to the previous point, the directive of the EU kind of forcing the faster deployment, the directive 2014/61. We have it implemented in the Czech Republic, but again, from perspective of network operator, I represent an association, or from my own perspective, it doesn't work, because basically you cannot use it for possible co-investment of the future planned infrastructure, because there are no data about this future plan infrastructure. So actually you cannot coordinate, and the process of getting the data about existing infrastructure is very burdensome. It's not online, and so on and so on. What's very important for the coming 5G auction is that under the significant multi-year pressure, and the situation is so bad in the competition and the prices in mobile market that it amounted even to the political pressure now. The regulatory body finally started to look into the regulation or the possible regulation of the mobile market, especially the mobile wholesale market, to enable the competition. This is unprecedented in the Union. The European Commission was really surprised by this, and it seems they don't really support this, but that's a very important activity which actually can have huge impact on a 5G auction. Another thing is, which I wanted to mention, there are anti-competitive proceedings going on, which again can impact the 5G auction, especially in a way that the new operator or the possible new operator might be hesitant to enter the market where it's not expected that the anti-monopoly office or the government is actually able to enforce the rights which are granted by the laws. So we have ongoing for many years now the antitrust investigation into the network sharing, which is very important for the mobile operators. And what's actually kind of shocking is that the EU is kind of considering that the network sharing is not positive situation on the market. And we still don't know what will be the outcome of the investigation. We expect some feedback might be in this autumn. And the local anti-monopoly investigation, I just wanted to mention that we are very unhappy with the local anti-monopoly office, that we don't feel they are able to enforce the anti-monopoly laws. And for example, we still haven't resolved the margin squeeze allegation on the ADSL market, which basically is pending since 2002. So far, after more than 10 years of investigation, this is not resolved. So this is the general overview of the market. I think that if anybody is interested in any point I mentioned, we can go into it in this discussion. Oliver, can I ask you for the next slide? Okay, so this is slide specifically about the design of the 5G auction. The Czech auction is being prepared for 2 years already. We are now in the third stage of the public consultation, because at each point the comments were submitted, and NRA changed the design of auction and issued new auction design for comments, and it was again changed and again changed. So now we are in the third stage, which was closed last week. So we are now waiting to see how actually the NRA will implement those comments we sent. So the general proposed design, as mentioned on this slide, basically now it's aimed at the possibility of introduction of the new infrastructure-based operator. So there are frequency bands specially allocated for the new entrant, if there will be interest. The conditions for the coverage criteria for this new entrant are very likely weaker than to the incumbents, but only by 1 year, which is not a big difference really, especially in the context I mentioned of the problematic deployment of the network because of the construction permits. There's allocated spectrum in 700 megahertz and a 3.5 megahertz. In both cases, the new entrants and non-incumbents can be granted higher spectrum or wider spectrum. There is a mandatory request to offer the wholesale offer, the wholesale access to the services, but only in a 700 megahertz band, which is really questionable, and that's one of the points we are addressing. And the design of the wholesale offer is very vague. So basically, the operators who purchase the spectrum in this auction, they have to offer the wholesale offer, which is generically defined as without the margin squeeze and the other conditions, but it's basically the same design as in a 4G auctions that we know it didn't work. There is an obligation for national roaming. So basically the incumbents should offer the national roaming service to the new entrant if new entrant will buy the spectrum. And there is an obligation, I'm just going back to the wholesale offer actually. What changed compared to the 4G auction is that in this wholesale offer, there should be the offer for the full MVNO, but as well to the so-called light MVNO, which basically means virtual operators. It can mean even resale and so on and so on. So this is the general outline of the, let's say, most important points that we can go into it more in detail if anybody will be interested. But I would just mention the main concerns that me and as the vice president of the association, which gathers basically the most of the independent operators in the fixed market, gathers in the Czech Republic, that what kind of comments we basically voiced. That what we see the problem is that the wholesale design, the wholesale obligation design basically copies the same design from the auction in 4G, which so far nobody used. And the only agreements reached based on this design were completely outside of the scope of this published offers and were commercial offers with basically the margin squeeze situation. I don't see the slide. Sorry, can you Oliver, can you just check the slide? I don't have it in front of me. Okay, thank you. Another thing is that there is a huge, I would say, philosophical discussion about what kind of obligations are necessary for improving the market competition level or the quality of the market. It seems that the NRA, it's really focusing on infrastructure-based competition, which of course is very important, but completely misses the reality of the market, how competition works and how the market works, and doesn't put much emphasis on the wholesale obligations. And especially in a situation where mobile operators are always branching in a fixed network, but the fixed network operators cannot branch into the mobile network. And comparing the number of operators and business entities operating on those markets, there's a huge disproportionality. And we believe the wholesale offer actually at the end will be maybe more important than the infrastructure obligations based on like forcing introduction of the new operator. Another thing is we don't like much, but it's again more philosophical comment, is that the text of the auction is very much promoting 5G and 5G standards. And I don't see it as reasonable from the point of view of the network neutrality and the future development of the services, especially if in few years you will look back, the 3G, 4G, it really doesn't matter. That the company is just getting frequency bands and they can use it for anything. So really to use this 5G marketing wording, how the 5G is going to save the world, and without it, the economic development will stop and so on, it doesn't make sense to me. And another thing is the allocation of the 3.5 gigahertz spectrum. In the current wording, basically the incumbent mobile operators lobbied that all of the 3.5 gigahertz spectrum should be allocated for this auction and should be possible to be auctioned by the mobile operators. There are voices, and in many countries it actually happened, that the part of the spectrum was allocated for the businesses, like the the industry 4.0, whatever, all of those things. So in the Czech auction right now, the 3.5 gigahertz is completely allocated to the mobile operators, and they are encouraged to work with the industry and use part of the spectrum to offer the services for the industry, which I don't think it's a good wording, especially when we don't feel the NRA and anti-monopoly office are willing or able actually to be able to enforce those obligations. And the last point, that we don't feel that the timing to launch the 5G auction, which will basically solidify the market for many years forward, is reasonable at the point where there's significant environment uncertainty about regulation based on the points I made on the previous slide, the investigation of the network sharing, the problematic with the introduction of the new building code, the investigation of the local NRA into the regulation of the wholesale market, and so on and so on. So we are really asking the NRA not to be so fast, not to really believe to those marketing claims. The 5G is very important, and if it's not implemented in 3 months, the economy is going to collapse, and they should really prepare auction in a way that the situation is understandable and predictable to the new entrants, especially because for the old entrants, for the incumbents, this is basically only about the rent seeking. Basically, they want to buy frequency bands to basically lock their position, their business models. But for the new entrant, this is a really problematic business case, and the environment should be really predictable for them. So that's from myself.
Thank you, Martin, for this very comprehensive view of the experiences of you as Czech market participants. I think for all of us around the table, this closes the little Rocky Horror Picture Show. All take a deep breath, and I would, against the detail that has already been given, I would like to kick off the discussion by actually going back to Adriana and ask her, now you have seen what other jurisdictions have tried, and you've also heard, let's say, the comments by Valeri, who pointed at an issue that we also see in other European jurisdictions, very notably, for example, in Spain, that a bit of market partitioning is going on, where the big MNOs basically raise prices in tandem. And I'm wondering, against this background and against the impressions that Martin has shared with us, do you consider the Bulgarian mobile competitive landscape today to be in good shape? And do you think that as part of the digital transformation strategy going forward, most emphasis should be put on promoting infrastructure competition when transposing the code?
Thank you, Oliver, for this question. It's really interesting. Maybe I will give my view, personal view, because not like a policymaker, because it's oriented to the market. And I don't know at the moment what is the situation in Bulgaria, because we are still waiting for annual report from the regulators for last year. And I'm not sure that the numbers will show that we are good or bad in a competition in a mobile market. Actually, the truth is fall in Bulgaria. If you follow the indicators which was mentioned during the first session, Bulgaria is above the EU average for broadband, mobile broadband, and for prices, I mean low prices, which is a good situation, which is not the same like in Czech Republic, which means that we are not in this situation like Spain or Czech Republic. At the same time, I understand the concern of alternative operators, but actually, if you're going to speak about the competition and sharing, infrastructure sharing, we should be clear that every should contribute to the infrastructure development, which means not only use the other infrastructure, but also contribute to development of this infrastructure. Especially when we speak not for light MVNO or full MVNO, and this will cause also some investments from the alternatives. The new code give possibilities for imposing from the regulator to regulator to impose obligation for obligatory negotiation for access to mobile networks and radio spectrum, but this is only on the decision of regulators when they started to prepare for conditions for the conditions for the right of use, which mean that if the operators, if the regulator decided that the market is not competitive, they could set some obligations, and this should be consulted before the starting the auction or awards procedure. I don't know, auction or beauty contest will. This will be the moment of the alternatives operator to intervene and ask the regulator for their future actions during the issuing the right and these rights of use. Till the end of the year, we will, as I know, maybe my colleague from the regulator will say something more. The regulator will conduct this public consultation for 3.6 gigahertz, and maybe they will make some consultation for 26. I should say something about the the radio spectrum in Bulgaria. You see that we have quite good quality of mobile services. Nevertheless, we are use only 48% of the spectrum needed for this kind of 4G coverage, which is very strange, but it's true for Bulgaria. Which means that I'm proud to say that my colleagues, because I'm engineer in Bulgaria, they are very smart and clever to find a solution to provide this kind of services with a low amount of spectrum. And I suppose that we will continue to discuss the possibility of a regulator to act in the future when they set rules for right of use of radio spectrum, and not only for this specific radio frequency band which is dedicated for mobile, because if you consider that the alternative should also provide mobile services, it will be good to think about the other form of services, wireless services, not especially mobile, but wireless in a location, because you know that we have different possibilities, different technology for wireless, and it will be possible to provide such kind of services, not especially using the mobile operators infrastructure. This is from my side.
Thank you, Adriana. This is quite a comprehensive response. I think I would like to take the opportunity to ask Maria and Maria, who are here from the CRC, to maybe give us a brief impression of what the annual report that is about to be published, or somebody in the chat suggested it may already have been published, actually says on the state of competition. Just from an outsider's perspective, I read the English version of the annual report with the data for 2018, and I think there it clearly showed that essentially the three MNOs assemble 100% of the market, both in terms of subscriptions and in terms of revenues. So I think there was 0.05% split across two other operators. So a question to the CRC representatives: how do you see the state of mobile competition today? Formally, we have 5 operators, which in intra-European comparison is exceptional. But in reality, it seems to be more or less 3 operators. And the commercial negotiations haven't really led anywhere, it seems. So what's the state today? And if you look at the market today, have you considered, as the Czech regulator has done, to maybe inquire into the competitive dynamics and potential, let's say, market foreclosure practices? And I leave it to you to choose who responds, because okay.
Здравейте на всички. Преди всичко искам да благодаря.
Hello to all of you. First, I would like to thank for the invitation in this conference. Very important questions are being discussed in respect to the development of telecommunications. With respect to the annual report of the Commission and the situation of the mobile segment services, according to the information provided to the Commission, all the 5 operators are operating on the market. One of them are providing data transfer and access to internet, mainly. According to the analysis of the relevant market for termination of calls in individual mobile networks, also the retail market is being considered. Yes, it can be said that there are some minor differences in the market shares, but the market is shrinking as the mobile telephone service is not used as much by consumers. As all of us know, it's very important. Access to internet is very important, and on this, therefore, the importance of providing connectivity, universal connectivity. The Commission does everything within its prerogatives to analyze the relevant market, to impose obligations to promote competition in order to remove obstacles to competition. So the Competition Protection Committee has done everything that all the relevant has done all the relevant things in consistence with its prerogatives to safeguard competition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that statement. Maybe one question that I would like to share both with you and with Adriana as, let's say, the policymakers, and then also invite everybody else, notably Valeri, to comment upon, is the fact that if you look at the DESI statistics, one interesting finding is that Bulgaria, despite the ingenuity of its engineers in terms of efficient use of spectrum, actually ranks last in all of Europe in terms of mobile coverage. And one very interesting aspect of this finding is that it's actually not the total territorial or population coverage, so household coverage is actually the measure that they use. It's not the total coverage, but the average coverage obtained by individual MNOs. And that ranks last in Europe at around, I think, 81%, where the European average stands at 96% of households being covered by operators. And the question I would like to ask you is, given that mobile services are becoming increasingly important, statistics show that growth in mobile bundles in Bulgaria was actually, let's say, one of the most growing market segments, which then obviously raises questions for parties who are fixed operators only, whether they can, let's say, compete with these offers. Isn't there a competitive gap here? It may not be such, as Bogomil said with regard to fixed in the last panel, that if you are in a particular location and there is a gap of 20 percentage points between the average coverage of the individual operator and nationwide coverage in total, that there is only one operator who is servicing you. So you may, as a household who relies on mobile, and increasingly also mobile for fixed coverage, where Bulgaria, I think, ranks 6th in Europe, that there is a lack of competition here. And what do you think can and should be done about that?
Не мога да се съглася с твърдение.
I cannot agree about absence of competition, as this is not proven. This should be proven, such a statement. So the fact that there are similar market shares does not translate into lack of competition, as we all know. Bundled services, as to bundled services, according to the data of reports, the largest growth are for access to internet and data transfer. With respect to connectivity, as it was said, with respect to the development of economy, education, social inclusion, as we saw from the COVID-19, connectivity is quite important. So, as it can be expected, as the report shows, the largest growth is in access to internet and data transfer. For 2018, it was 18% growth. For last year, it is nearly 20% growth. So, along with this, as I already said, 5 operators have licenses for mobile services. According to the data provided by the Commission, all the 5 operators are operating, so I don't think there is obstacle for having commercial talks for access, for wholesale, for other mobile operators who want to provide mobile service. Thank you.
Please go ahead, Andrea.
Всъщност, не съм сигурна, че...
In fact, I'm not sure whether the data on the coverage, we're last in terms of data on coverage. For connectivity, we are like 26, ranking 26. as a whole, in terms of the overall aggregate ranking, aggregate we're last. On connectivity, it's a fact that the territory of this country, in terms of coverage, in terms of landscape, is difficult. The terrain, if you want, is difficult. The fact that the coverage is done in remote areas uses low frequency 807, and for historical reason this band is not available in this country. They are blocked by the Ministry of Defense, which significantly provides difficulties for operators to ensure full coverage of territory, not just of population. This, of course, is a problem with respect to guaranteeing overall connectivity, having in mind that the fixed networks, their building of fixed networks is much more difficult than deploying mobile network in high mountainous areas. Of course, no one wants to invest where there are no returns. Therefore, I believe that what the ministry is trying to do in connection with policies, the policies it champions and what we have put for public discussion, the updated plan for broadband access, is just this: identify the instruments and funding in such areas where market interest is absent, no market incentives. So one question to which I have to give an answer is how the state would allow alternative operators to use resources, means that for fifth generation networks that are envisioned by the EU. We are far from finalizing the conditions that the European institutions review with respect to the multi-annual financial framework, as to the resources allocated for digitalization in general. For 5G, it's not yet clear what exactly the mechanisms will be. Yes, some funds are provided or earmarked. It's around 60,000 per point of 5G network constructed, but we are not sure whether this would be whether this proposal would be eventually adopted. Indeed, in places where there's no return on investment, alternative support by the state should be thought about. Therefore, it's very important for us, whenever I'm switching to the other question that was that I was asked as to the challenges related to the transposing of code. One of the big challenges, personally, as a person who's been dealing quite a lot with universal service, the concept is being reversed a lot. If up to now we used to have provisioning of regular telephone service for fax and email, now we have the possibility of having a video conference call. So this requires the proper development of the network, and these networks to be financed where consumers are not able to afford this. For me, this is the big challenge, how this is to be regulated, or who's going to.
So this is really the main challenge that I see. Who will ensure the provision of service, how it will become accessible at a reasonable, affordable price for consumers in the entire country, and how their needs will be met. As I said, Bulgaria has a territory that is bigger than Belgium, for example, and I give this as an example because I used to live there for a time, and I was able to see how they can ensure coverage of services, and really to compare it to how this will be met in Bulgaria. And just to give you an example, my last trip to Brussels, I saw that
my surprise
in the public transport that I was using from the airport to the center, I didn't even have a 4G connectivity there. So looking through the prism of what the conditions are and the specifics are in the country and what the opportunities are for the consumers, I may say that we actually are doing quite well to meet the demand that we have, because after all, supply is preconditioned by demand.
That I think is a wonderful statement. To come back to a similar statement, just the other way around, one might say, that the Commission representative made earlier today when he said, well, to the extent that we promote supply in the marketplace, demand will follow. Now, and I think the question that our colleagues as Nevin and Peter, and also I think Bogomil have been raising is, should there not be more actors who should have the opportunity to provide converged bundled services that are able to address Bulgarian customers and citizens with the whole panoply of services? And I think one of the most, let's say, in direct quotes on this subject was when one of the participants said to me in the pre-discussion, we don't want gifts, we don't want financing, what we want is an opportunity. And I would like to ask maybe Martin and Valeri, in view of what you have heard now, how do you react? And I would kick off with Valeri, because obviously you raised the issue that there might be a problem of price increases that has been going on. And you have heard entrepreneurs today saying, we drive economic development. All we want is to have an opportunity to participate in this. So do you think that that should play a role in how the code and its transposition in Bulgaria works out as we go forward?
I think Valeri has left the panel.
Oh, that's a pity. So the question came a bit too late. Maybe Martin, from what you've heard, what are the parallels and the non-parallels between what you have experienced and lived through, especially let's say an authority saying, well, similarity, structural symmetry of market shares is not an indication of jointly held SMP and obstruction of access. What gives?
Well, yeah. Well, actually, it's really interesting for me to hear the situation, because I think what was mentioned just now, it mirrors or is basically a complete copy of the Czech situation before the start of the auction for the 4G. Because in Czech Republic, the 3G auction was completely botched, like it was huge mess. And at the end, there were no development criteria actually. So in the whole history, the 3G network in Czech Republic was very, very, very poor. You could find only data connections in the big cities and nowhere else, basically. So when the 4G auction started in 2013, I think, we were in a similar situation, what I heard about Bulgaria, like spotty coverage, not very high quality. And the prices were not extremely high because everybody was focusing on a voice and the data were not the issue yet. And we could hear the same argument from the incumbent operators at that time, that just give us all spectrum with low price, no obligation, and because we need everything very cheaply and with no obligation, so we can invest. We will not invest if there's no, when there are no those conditions we require. But actually what happened was that the obligations were very low. Basically nothing was obliged except the coverage from the NRA. And what we saw was the anti-monopoly or let's say anti-market practices from the incumbents, maximization of the profit. So the argument that we have low profit, we are not gonna invest, I don't think it works. And historically, it was not proven, at least in Czech Republic, and I would say in post-communist countries, because if you look at the EBITDA or the operating profit of the mobile operators, for example, in Czech Republic, they have operating profit usually around 30% or more. And if somebody with such a high profit, which is unusual in the business sector, is claiming that they want very favorable conditions, otherwise they are not gonna invest, it basically shows it's rent seeking. They want maximize profit, which is not gonna be used for investment in a network, but let's say 80% of that profit is gonna be paid as the dividends to the mother companies abroad. So I think the role of the government entities, it's really to balance the benefit for the public and for the country. So you really have to benefit and balance the conditions for the consumers and for the businesses. And so far as politically, basically, we live in the capitalist society, which is basically based on the idea of the competition. And so far, only the competition was basically proven that it drives innovation. I'm really a big believer in introducing the competition everywhere possible, and only at that case, you can really see the market innovation, the prices which are favorable for the consumer, and so on and so on. So really, I hear, and we still hear those arguments here, like you can hear it even because of the code, like the symmetric obligation and the exceptions in the code for the incumbents to basically be released of the regulation for the promise of the investment. I think this is completely wrong path. And it was proven historically this path doesn't work. And those incumbents basically using the tools of the rent seeking and the market locking will only basically drive the benefit for the shareholders, but not for the public. So there really should be the balance.
Thank you, Martin. I think these are words of warning. I think I would like to close the discussion by once more going back to Adriana. And why do I want to do that? Because when you presented the objectives of the code, and as Ivan in his presentation confirmed, competition is a driving matter for both the Bulgarian legislative framework today and for the code as it has come into being. But I think one specific point that we all should pay attention to, and Nevin referred to this provision in his statement earlier today, is the first paragraph of Article 52, which specifically concerns competition in spectrum matters. And actually there, it says that relevant authorities, whether the NRAs or others, shall promote competition. And this is important in the management of frequencies. And that is important because it's not just the objective of being efficient, but it's also a clear message that going forward, authorities should attempt to promote competition in mobile, in spectrum use. So you differentiate it between mobile and wireless, but in the entire wireless industry universe. And maybe as a closing statement, where do you see this going? And from the impressions that you have heard today, where do you think the political debate should be stepped up, and where can alternative operators make the best possible contribution?
Okay, I'll answer in another case. We have different markets. Depends on the market. We will consider what kind of instruments we will use for save the competitions. At the same time, we will, when speaking about the radio spectrum, we should take in mind that we have a scarce resource. And the efficient use of this scarce resource is quite important. And you mentioned Article 54.2, and I will refer to Article 47, which is the tools which national regulators could use to guarantee the efficient use of this spectrum and save the competition on the market. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're not going to go into a close examination of the code now. We've all had a lengthy discussion, and I think maybe the fact that you still have a few megahertz to assign going forward, maybe that will also be able to ingest a little bit of competitive dynamics still into the marketplace. So with that being said, I would like to thank all of the panelists for this very far-reaching exchange, which I think has brought forward a number of important questions and leaves us all sitting back with the unresolved problem of we have a lot of people who would like to participate, but do not yet know how they will be able to do so and how they can. So with that, I would like to hand the microphone back and thank you all for your participation in this panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Oliver. I think you hit the nail on the head with your last words. And thanks for a wonderful moderation of the panel. Благодаря и на останалите участници в третия и последен панел в
Thank you to all participants in the third and last panel. Deputy Minister Atanasova, Vice Chairman Simeonov, Ms. Dvorak, Ms. Atanasova. I think we heard quite a few interesting cases. I think the panel provided new information to the attendees, and hopefully it will lead to new solutions. At the end, when it comes to transposing the European Electronic Communications Codes, there is an event by the European Commission, an event organized by ecta. And if you allow me, I would like to give the floor to the Director General of ecta, Mr. Luke Hendricks. I noticed that he was with us the entire time, and I'm sure he was listening quite closely to everything. And I believe that his views will be quite important.
Pretty much the whole time. So we all look forward to you wrapping up this today's event and yeah, saying few words to end today's discussions.
Thank you very much, Veselin, and thank you all for staying until the end. And allow me to say a few things to conclude this event that I think has been very rich. Many things that have been said. I believe also that many things need to continue to be said and to be discussed, because what the advantage we have at ecta is that we see, of course, a view of what happens in the 27 member states, and we agree that each member state is is different and has its specificities, but the main drivers and the key principles remain the same everywhere. And allow me to start with something that has been said several times and that is being presented, is the objectives of the code. So in the new code, we have had it an objective to promote connectivity and access to connectivity, and allow me to also mention the fact that it also look at the take-up of very high capacity networks. And why is that important? Because this notion of take-up brings the notion of affordability and the fact that nobody should be left behind, so that we have an inclusiveness on that. The code also continue to promote competition, so that's very important. And the new objective that has been added has not brought a hierarchy. So competition remains one of the fundamental pillars of the code. And the third objective I want to mention is to promote the interest of the citizen. And the code say by enabling maximum benefits in terms of choice, prices, and quality. And that I would like to comment on what Bogomil said from the Active Consumer Organization. I believe that really we are convinced, and we see that everywhere, the best way to empower consumers, the best way to empower end users, so meaning also all the kind of enterprises being small or small, is to have competition and to provide them choice. That's the best way you can empower consumer to do to use their rights to choose and to put pressure on the market. That's the best way to do it. Okay. Then I have also heard a couple of things on regulation. So regulation is not an objective as such, but let's not forget that we are a market that is inherited from past monopolies, and also where we spoke about the allocation of scarce resources, so that we totally agree. And because of that, a regulation needs to be there to avoid that those that benefit from those scarce resources, or those that have inherited from strong position from the past, will misuse them and will in fact have a negative impact on the welfare for the whole country. And on that, allow me then directly to jump to investment. We see everywhere that the driver for investment in competition, and it's true in any market. Let's give the example. Allow me to give the example of France. And of course, France is a fundamentally different country than Bulgaria. It's a big country and so on. But it's probably one of the most competitive markets in Europe, with fees competition on the mobile and on the fixed market, with 4 MNOs and so on. For the last 10 years in a row, investment in France have never been so high. So every year, investment in networks are higher than the year before. And that's because of competition. Look at the example of Bouygues Telecom. Bouygues Telecom, I think in 2016 or something like that, or even, they were allowed by the regulator to deploy 4G in the 1800 megahertz band. And at the moment that Bouygues started to invest in 4G, all the operators started to invest in 4G. So that's why competition is important and pushes everybody to invest. Also, there is no free lunch. It's not because you rent or you have to give access on the regulatory conditions that you give that for free. Because even if it's cost-oriented, you have a return, your risk, your WACC is calculated, and your risk is compensated at the right value of the risk that you are taking. Let's not forget with that. And allow me to make the parallel when the real estate, say, because everybody rent or own a house. We see many times people that want to buy an apartment or to construct an apartment, and let's imagine that you are a real estate company and you want to build 10 apartments, and to pay your rent and your funds and your capital to invest, you may rent a couple of the apartments, and this renting will allow you to pay your debt. And so by this example, I want to say it's not because a third party uses your network that it does it for free, and it helps you to finance your investment. And that's a very important point. And to conclude on the substance, let's move to the big picture. Because at the end, where do we stand and what is at stake? It's not the telecom that is at stake. What is at stake is the overall welfare and the competitiveness of Europe versus the global economy, and within Europe, the competitiveness of each member state versus the other member states. And why is that important? It's more important than ever because we are at the fourth industrial revolution, meaning the digitalization of all the sectors of the economy. And the COVID pandemic has shown how important it is. Okay? And why is that important? Because it has been mentioned by the Vice Minister at the very beginning when she mentioned, or even by Eva Medel, when she mentioned all the other sectors, I think, of the economy and so on. It's important for the welfare of each country that all the other sectors can achieve a smooth transformation to the digital economy and release their innovation potential. And to do so, it's important for them from the telecom side, which will be a driver for that, they receive a variety of choice in terms of players and in terms of products and services. Okay? And the more players and the more products of services they will be offered, the better they will be able to innovate, the better they will be able to create jobs, and the better they will be able to create welfare. This means that the telecom sector, if it is competitive and diversified, will be a main driver for all the other sectors of the economy to contribute to the welfare of each country. And that's a very, very, very fundamental point. Okay? And we see that everywhere. And let's not forget that in terms of innovation, it's very, very difficult for well-vested and big companies to innovate. Okay? If you look at, remember when Xerox invited the mouse and the graphical interface, they said, yeah, we will not put that on the market, or business model is paper. Okay? And where Steve Jobs went to IBM to sell the DOS software, IBM said, you do not know what you do. The value is in hardware, not in software. Okay? And the fact that big companies are big, it's very difficult for them to offer something to what other customers or sectors need without cannibalizing their existing business model. And that's why it's important that small players, the diversified players, get a fair chance to do that. And for that, the code has provided the right tools to be implemented. And it's up to each of the countries to see what they will do with it. Okay? And we see that when you choose to go for the competitive way of doing it, you will, on the medium and the long run, realize much better welfare. Well, this is on the substance. Now, I would like to thank everybody to start with the participants, so people that attended the event and that participated, because without participants, there is no event. So you can have the best alignment of speakers and so on, or whatever you want. If you don't have participants, that does not exist. I would like also to thank you, Veselin, as master of ceremony. You did a very good job. Thank you very much. I would like also to thank all the speakers and the moderators. Thank you very much. You have done a very good and very interesting debate. I would also specifically like to thank Badcoff and Associates, the legal law firm, the VNO agency, and of course the full Netara team, those that have been visible, and those that have worked on the shadow. And a special thank also to you, Neven, and to Netara, because you have been the sponsor of this event, and for ecta we were used to have physical conferences, and I think that we were very happy to start with Bulgaria as the first country to start. I think we can say it is a successful pilot, and so we will certainly continue the issues. And I would like to close to wish you a very good holiday period, and we see you in September, where we will announce the next event and how we go forward with this series of ecta country focus. Thank you so much, and take much good care of yourself and your loved one. Thank you.